Welcome, sleepy explorers, to our journey through the Dune universe. Tonight we delve into the story of House Harkonnen, the ruthless noble family whose grip on the desert planet of Arrakis shaped the destiny of the Imperium through their cunning and cruelty. After our stories conclude, you'll hear gentle, fire-crackling sounds designed to help you drift into a deep, peaceful sleep. There will be no advertisements or interruptions, allowing you to fully relax as you listen. Now, let's begin our tale of House Harkonnen and their dark legacy among the stars. Greetings, my sleepy explorers. Tonight we embark on a journey to the distant world of GD Prime, home to the notorious House Harkonnen. As our tale unfolds in hushed whispers and quiet footsteps, we shall follow a young Harkonnen heir through shadowed corridors and forgotten chambers, uncovering secrets long buried beneath the weight of ambition and cruelty. Let us traverse the labyrinthine pathways of both fortress and conscience, where the past beckons with lessons both dark and illuminating. In the vast expanse of the known universe, where countless worlds spun in their celestial dance, GD Prime stood as a testament to industrial might and ruthless efficiency. Unlike the verdant fields of Caladan or the golden deserts of Arrakis, this was a world reshaped by the unrelenting hand of its masters. The skies, once clear and blue like any habitable planet, now hung perpetually grey and heavy with the exhaust of countless factories. Plumes of dark smoke rose like twisted columns, supporting the weight of clouds tinted with chemicals and ash. At night, the natural darkness never truly fell, instead replaced by an eerie twilight, cast by the harsh illumination of mining operations and manufacturing complexes that never ceased their tireless production. It was within this industrial landscape that the fortress of House Harkonnen rose, a massive structure of black stone and gleaming metal, its towers reaching toward the polluted skies like accusing fingers pointing at the heavens. Harsh, angular architecture dominated its design, with few concessions made to beauty or comfort. This was a place built to intimidate, to project power rather than welcome. The natives of GD Prime had a saying: "The Harkonnen fortress does not cast shadows, it is the shadow." And indeed, the immense structure seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, as though the very materials whispered of the darkness that had long dwelled within its walls. Within this formidable stronghold lived Elric Harkonnen, a young heir of 16 standard years. Unlike many of his ancestors, whose corpulent forms had become almost a family trademark, Elric possessed a lean frame and sharp features. His skin was pale, not with the unhealthy pallor that often accompanied high-ranking Harkonnens, but with the natural fairness of one who spent more time indoors than beneath an open sky. His eyes, however, were unmistakably Harkonnen, a piercing blue that seemed to glow with an inner intensity, the result of generations of careful breeding and, some whispered, genetic manipulation. Elric's chambers were located in the east wing of the fortress, far from the main halls where his uncle, Baron Fade Raban Harkonnen, conducted the family's business with characteristic brutality and cunning. The young heir preferred this distance, finding solace in the relative quiet that his location afforded him. The walls of his rooms were lined with books, not electronic data crystals or projection devices, but actual physical volumes bound in the skins of animals from dozens of worlds. Such antiquated items were rare and expensive, considered by most to be unnecessary extravagances. But the Harkonnens had never been ones to deny themselves luxury, no matter how unusual. On this particular night, as artificial lights dimmed throughout the fortress in a simulation of evening, Elric sat at his desk, a heavy tome of pre-guild history open before him. His slender fingers traced the lines of text, absorbing accounts of ancient Earth and the early diaspora of mankind across the stars. But his mind was elsewhere, dwelling on a conversation he had overheard earlier that day. A whispered exchange between two house guards who had not noticed his presence in an adjoining corridor. "The old records are to be purged," one had said, voice low and tense. "Baron's orders. Anything predating the fall of Richesi is to be wiped clean. Even the family archives," the other had asked, surprise evident in his tone. "Especially those. The Baron says some histories are better forgotten. Anyone caught accessing them before the purge is to be made an example of." The conversation had stirred something within Elric, a curiosity that would not be silenced, despite the obvious danger. What secrets could be so damning that even the family's own history needed to be erased? The Harkonnens had never been known for their virtue. Their ruthlessness was legendary throughout the Imperium. What could be worse than the atrocities already attributed to his bloodline? As the fortress settled into its nighttime routines, with guards patrolling at precisely timed intervals and service staff completing their final duties, Elric closed his book and moved to his window. The view was one of industrial majesty, factories spreading outward like a metal forest, each chimney exhaling glowing embers that drifted upward to join the perpetual haze. Far below, transport vehicles moved along designated paths, carrying raw materials and finished products to and from the various facilities. The people of Gidi Prime, mere specks from this height, moved with purpose and efficiency, their lives measured in production quotas and loyalty metrics. Elric turned from the window, his decision made. If the archives were to be purged, then this might be his only opportunity to learn the unaltered truth of his family's past. The risk was considerable. Baron Fade Rabban was not known for his mercy, even to those of his own blood, but something deep within Harkonnens, perhaps the same stubborn pride that had defined Harkonnens for generations, refused to remain ignorant of his own heritage. With practiced quiet, Elric changed from his formal house attire into simpler, darker clothing that would attract less attention. From beneath his bed, he retrieved a small device no larger than his thumb, a security bypass module acquired through careful negotiation with a smuggler who had since disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The technology was illegal throughout the Imperium, capable of temporarily disrupting surveillance systems and electronic locks. Its possession alone could be grounds for severe punishment, but Elric had kept it hidden, sensing that such a tool might one day prove necessary. Before leaving his chambers, Elric paused at a small cabinet near his door. Opening it revealed a series of vials containing various substances, medicinal, recreational, and more sinister varieties. After a moment's consideration, he selected one containing a mild stimulant, a common aid for late-night study sessions. The night would be long, and alertness was essential. With practiced ease, he pressed the vial to his neck, feeling the cool rush as the stimulant entered his bloodstream, bringing with it enhanced awareness and focus. The corridors of the fortress were never truly dark, illuminated by recessed lighting that cast a subdued glow across polished stone floors. Elric moved with the confidence of one who belonged, though he took care to avoid the main thoroughfares where guards and late-working administrators might question his presence. Years of exploring the fortress during sleepless nights had given him an intimate knowledge of its layout, including several passages used primarily by maintenance staff and service droids. As he descended deeper into the heart of the fortress, the air grew cooler, carrying with it the faint scent of ozone and machine oil. The lower levels housed the massive generators that powered the entire complex, their constant hum a background presence that vibrated through the very bones of the structure. Few ventured this deep without specific purpose, making it an ideal route for avoiding unwanted encounters. It was during one such descent, 3 levels below the main concourse, that Elric first sensed he was not alone. A shadow moved at the periphery of his vision, too deliberate to be a trick of the light. With the measured calm that had been drilled into him since childhood, Elric continued forward, giving no indication that he had noticed anything amiss. His hand slipped casually into his pocket, fingers closing around a small blade, another item that would raise questions if discovered. "Young master," a voice spoke from the shadows, soft yet distinct. Elric turned, blade half drawn, to face the source of the voice. From an alcove stepped a figure familiar yet unexpected. Doran, an older servant who had been with the household since before Elric's birth. His weathered face bore the marks of decades of service, including a scar that ran from temple to jaw, the result of some long-ago incident never explained. "Doran," Elric acknowledged, not relaxing his stance. "You're far from your usual duties." The old servant inclined his head slightly. "As are you, young master. The hour is late for a walk." "I couldn't sleep," Elric replied, the practiced lie coming easily. "The stimulants I was given for my studies have left me restless." Doran's eyes, grey and knowing, studied Elric's face. "The surveillance in this sector will be experiencing technical difficulties for the next 30 minutes, he said, his tone unchanged, as though discussing nothing more significant than the weather. "A maintenance error, most unfortunate." Elric felt a momentary confusion, followed by understanding. "Indeed, such errors seem increasingly common." "The archives you seek are not in the direction you're heading," Doran continued, his voice dropping even lower. "They were relocated after the last internal disagreement within the family." The implication was clear. Another power struggle, another purge of those who had backed the wrong faction. Such was the way of House Harkonnen, where ambition and betrayal were as common as breathing. "And you know where they are now kept?" Elric asked, not bothering to deny his purpose. Doran nodded once. "I have served House Harkonnen for 53 years. There is little within these walls I do not know." A pause heavy with unspoken meaning, "including which members of the house might benefit from understanding its true history." Elric studied the servant's face, searching for signs of deception or entrapment. Finding none, he made his decision. "Lead on, then." Without another word, Doran turned and moved toward a service corridor that branched off to the east, away from the central shaft that Elric had been following. The young heir followed, questions burning within him, but held in check. Why would this servant, loyal to the house for decades, risk the Baron's wrath to aid him? What did Doran hope to gain? The route they took was circuitous, avoiding major thoroughfares and security checkpoints. They descended further still, past the generator levels and into areas that seemed almost abandoned. The air here was noticeably cooler, with a mustiness that spoke of infrequent use. Pipes ran along the ceilings, carrying various utilities to the levels above, their surfaces dull with age despite the otherwise immaculate condition of the fortress. "Before the current Baron's grandfather took control," Doran explained as they walked, "much of the fortress's operations were centered in these lower levels. After the automated defense systems were upgraded, many of these areas became redundant." "And the archives?" Elric prompted. "Relocated here, precisely because few remember these levels exist. The Baron's grandfather was particular about preserving family records, even those that might be considered unflattering. They came at last to a section of wall that appeared unremarkable, identical to countless others they had passed." Doran ran his hand along the surface in a specific pattern, and a previously invisible seam appeared, widening to reveal a doorway. "Mechanical, not electronic," Doran explained. Immune to power failures and most security scans. The old Baron didn't trust modern systems with his most valuable possessions. Beyond the hidden door lay a chamber of unexpected dimensions. Where the corridors had been confined and utilitarian, this room stretched impressively in all directions, its ceiling rising at least 3 meters above their heads. The walls were lined with shelves, each filled with bound volumes, similar to those in Elric's own collection, along with storage containers of various designs. At the center of the room stood a massive table of dark wood, its surface inlaid with an intricate pattern that, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a map of the known universe, as it had existed several centuries earlier. "The Harkonnen archives," Doran announced, his voice carrying a reverence that seemed at odds with the practical nature he had displayed thus far. "Records dating back to the earliest days of the family. Long before our association with Gidi Prime." Elric moved slowly into the room, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information preserved here. "How is this possible? I was taught that many records were lost during the Butlerian Jihad." "Many were," Doran agreed, "but House Harkonnen has always been thorough in preserving that which others might prefer forgotten. Knowledge is a weapon, young master, one that your ancestors wielded as expertly as any blade." As Elric approached the central table, he noticed an object that stood out from the ancient tomes and data storage devices, a reader, modern in design, its surface glowing with a soft blue light. "The current Baron has visited?" Elric asked, gesturing toward the device. Doran's expression hardened slightly. "No. The Baron Fade Rabban has not set foot in this chamber. Another comes here occasionally to consult the older records." A pause. "Your cousin, Kaelin." This was unexpected news. Kaelin Harkonnen was the daughter of the Baron's younger brother, a girl several years Elric's senior, whom he had met only a handful of times at formal family gatherings. She was being groomed for diplomatic service, representing Harkonnen interests in the courts of other great houses, a role that required a different kind of cunning than that typically favored by the family. "What does she seek here?" Elric asked. "That is not for me to say," Doran replied, "but her visits have increased in frequency these past months, coinciding with the Baron's order to purge the archives. I believe she works to preserve some portion of what will soon be destroyed." Elric nodded, filing this information away for later consideration. "How much time do I have?" "The security disruption will last another 20 minutes. After that, I cannot guarantee your movements will go unnoticed." The commander and the mechanics waited. 3 quick knocks will signal the signal's departure. 3 scrats got the commanders mulling over mechanics. Before Elric could thank him, the old servant had slipped out, leaving him alone in the vast repository of Harkonnen knowledge. For a moment, the young heir simply stood, absorbing the weight of history around him. Then, with purpose, he moved to the reader left on the central table. The device was keyed to Harkonnen genetic markers, responding to his touch by illuminating more brightly. The last files accessed appeared on the screen. A series of records dating from the period immediately following the Butlerian Jihad, when the great houses were first consolidating their power. Elric hesitated only briefly before diving into the material, his curiosity overcoming any remaining reservations. The first documents detailed the early history of House Harkonnen, far different from the accounts he had been taught. According to these records, the family had not always been associated with Gidi Prime, nor had they always held the title of Baron. Originally, they had been a minor noble house on a world called Lankevel, known primarily for their shipping enterprises and trading acumen rather than military might. Elric read with fascination of Xavier Harkonnen, a military leader who had played a significant role during the Butlerian Jihad, fighting alongside Serena Butler against the thinking machines. This Xavier was described in terms entirely alien to the Harkonnen ethos Elric had been raised with. Honorable, self-sacrificing, dedicated to the freedom of humanity. The record spoke of his marriage to Serena Butler's daughter, of his principled stand against corruption within the League of Nobles, and ultimately of his sacrifice to expose that corruption, an act that had been twisted by his enemies into a narrative of treachery. The history continued with Abelard Harkonnen, Xavierd's grandson, who had been stripped of his positions and exiled to Lankevale after being falsely accused of cowardice during the Battle of Corin. It was this injustice, the archives claimed, that had planted the seeds of bitterness and resentment that would eventually flower into the ruthlessness for which the family became infamous. As Elric delved deeper, he discovered detailed accounts of the family's gradual transformation, each generation growing harder and more pragmatic than the last, until they became the Harkonnens of modern infamy. The move to Giedi Prime came later, after a series of strategic alliances and betrayals that had expanded their wealth and influence while earning them powerful enemies, chief among them House Atreides. The rivalry with the Atreides was documented in exhaustive detail, tracing back to perceived slights and territorial disputes that had occurred centuries before either house had achieved major status within the Landsrat. What had begun as a simple competition for resources and political favor had evolved into a blood feud of legendary proportions, fueled by generations of patriarchs who passed their hatred down as surely as they did their titles and holdings. Time slipped away as Elric absorbed this revised history of his lineage. The reader contained not just dry accounts of political maneuverings, but personal journals, correspondence, and even recordings from various Harkonnen leaders throughout the centuries. Some entries were mundane, discussions of business ventures or complaints about rival houses. Others were more troubling, detailing experiments conducted on prisoners, strategies for breaking potential rivals through psychological manipulation, and methods of extraction used to obtain information from unwilling subjects. Yet interspersed among these darker records were occasional glimpses of something else, moments of unexpected compassion or principle that contradicted the family's ruthless reputation. An ancestor who had secretly provided medical supplies to a plague-stricken rival world. Another who had adopted the orphan child of an executed enemy, raising the boy as his own without revealing his true parentage. Small acts of mercy or honor that had been carefully concealed from the wider universe, as though such tendencies were weaknesses to be hidden rather than virtues to be celebrated. Most surprising were the entries concerning Elric's own grandfather, Vladimir Harkonnen. The Baron had been notorious throughout the Imperium for his cruelty and excesses, yet the private journals revealed a mind of extraordinary complexity. Behind the facade of brutal hedonism had existed a keen intellect, obsessed with the nature of power and the weaknesses inherent in the imperial system. Vladimir had cultivated his repulsive persona deliberately, using his reputation to keep enemies and allies alike off balance, never allowing them to see the calculating mind that lay beneath the surface of depravity. Elric was so engrossed in his discoveries that he almost missed the first knock at the door. The second, more insistent, finally broke through his concentration. Setting the reader down, he moved quickly to the entrance, where Doran's face greeted him with unmistakable urgency. "We must leave now," the servant said, voice terse. "The Baron's mentat has initiated an unscheduled security sweep of the lower levels." The mention of the mentat sent a chill through Elric. Paiterdemic was a twisted product of the Tilailaxu, trained in the mental disciplines of the mentats but perverted into a tool of sadism and control. Unlike most mentats, who prided themselves on logical precision and emotional detachment, Piter seemed to take pleasure in causing pain, applying his formidable intellect to the task of breaking wills rather than solving problems. "Why now?" Elric demanded as they moved swiftly away from the archive chamber, the hidden door sealing seamlessly behind them. "I do not know," Doran admitted, "but the timing suggests someone may have noticed your absence or detected the security disruption." They took a different route than their arrival path, moving through even narrower maintenance tunnels where they had to proceed in single file. The air here was stale, carrying the metallic taste of recycled oxygen that had passed through the fortress's filtration systems countless times. The lighting was minimal, just enough to prevent them from stumbling in the near darkness. "Where are we going?" Elric whispered, as they descended a ladder that seemed to lead even deeper into the fortress's foundations. "There is an old service exit that connects to the outer perimeter," Doran explained. "It was used during the original construction to move materials directly from the landing field to the lower levels, later sealed but never completely removed from the structural plans." The implications of this knowledge, and Doran's willingness to share it, were not lost on Elric. Such information could facilitate escape from the fortress, an act that would be considered treasonous under normal circumstances. That Doran possessed this knowledge and had kept it secret spoke volumes about the servant's own contingency planning. "You've prepared for this," Elric stated rather than asked as they reached the bottom of the ladder. Doran's face, visible only in profile in the dim light, revealed nothing. "I have served House Harkonnen for 53 years, he repeated his earlier statement. "In that time, I have learned that survival often depends on knowing paths others have forgotten." They moved through a series of chambers that appeared to have once been storage areas, now empty save for the occasional abandoned crate or piece of machinery too large or worthless to warrant removal. The air grew noticeably damper as they progressed, suggesting they were approaching the natural bedrock beneath the fortress, where groundwater might seep through, despite the extensive waterproofing systems. It was in one such chamber, larger than the others and dominated by what appeared to be an ancient loading mechanism, that they encountered another figure waiting in the shadows. Elric tensed, hand moving to his concealed blade, but Doran raised a hand in a calming gesture. "She is expected," he said quietly. From the darkness emerged a woman in her mid-20s, tall and slender, with the same pale skin and blue eyes that marked all Harkonnens. Her black hair was pulled back in a severe style that emphasized her sharp features, and she wore a simple dark bodysuit of the type favored by those who wish to avoid attention. Despite the utilitarian nature of her attire, she carried herself with undeniable authority. "Cousin," she greeted Elric, her voice cool but not unfriendly. "Your curiosity has finally outweighed your caution, I see." "Kaelin," Elric acknowledged, studying his cousin with new interest after what he had learned in the archives. "I could say the same of you." A smile flickered briefly across her face. "The difference being that I have been planning this for years while you appear to have acted on impulse." Her gaze shifted to Doran. "Is everything prepared?" The servant nodded. "The transport will be at the rendezvous point in 17 minutes. The security systems on the eastern perimeter will experience a malfunction for approximately 3 minutes, beginning at 23:47. Elric looked between them, comprehension dawning. "You're leaving Gieti Prime." "We are leaving," Kaelin corrected. "Unless you prefer to stay and explain to Uncle Fade why you were exploring forbidden archives on the eve of their destruction." "I don't understand," Elric said. though pieces were beginning to fall into place. Why now? And why include me? Kaelin's expression grew more serious. Because, in 3 days, House Harkonnen will change forever. The Baron has entered into an arrangement with the Emperor, a plan targeting House Atreides that will either secure our position among the great houses for generations or lead to our complete destruction. She paused, watching his reaction. And because, despite everything, you are not yet lost to the family's poison. You still question, still seek truth rather than power for its own sake. The weight of her words hung in the air between them. Elric had always known that his reluctance to embrace the more brutal aspects of Harkonnen rule had marked him as different, perhaps even suspect in the eyes of the Baron. But to hear it spoken of so directly, and by a cousin he barely knew, was unsettling. The Atreides have been granted stewardship of Arrakis, Kaelin continued when Elric remained silent. They are being set up to fail spectacularly, with our house as both the instrument and beneficiary of their downfall. The Emperor fears the growing popularity of Duke Leto Atreides in the Landsraad, and sees an opportunity to eliminate a potential rival while strengthening his own position. And you oppose this plan? Elric asked, trying to understand his cousin's motivations. I oppose what it represents. The continuation of a cycle that has diminished our house for generations. Kaelin's voice carried a conviction that was almost tangible. We were not always what we have become, Elric. You've seen the archives now, you know the truth. House Harkonnen once stood for something beyond mere power and cruelty. Doran, who had been keeping watch near the chamber's entrance, rejoined them. We must move now if we are to reach the rendezvous point in time. Kaelin nodded, then fixed Elric with an intent gaze. You have a choice to make, cousin. Stay and continue as you have been, watching as our house descends further into madness, or come with us and help forge a different path. She held out her hand. Choose quickly. Elric hesitated, his mind racing. Everything he had ever known was here on Giedi Prime. His position, his future, the safety of familiar surroundings, despite their oppressive nature. Yet the archives had revealed a history he had never suspected, a legacy that had been deliberately hidden from him and all other young Harkonnens. And now, Kaelin offered a different future, uncertain, but free from the crushing weight of the Baron's ambitions. In that moment of decision, Elric thought back to the records he had read, of Xavier Harkonnen's principles, of moments of honor hidden within generations of cruelty, of paths not taken. Perhaps there was more to being a Harkonnen than the legacy of brutality that had defined them for so long. Where will we go? He asked finally. First to Ix, Kaelin answered. I have contacts there who can provide new identities and passage off-world. After that we have options. The Outer Rim perhaps, or even Caladan, though that carries its own risks. And our purpose? Kaelin's expression softened slightly. To remember what House Harkonnen was meant to be, before fear and hatred twisted it into something monstrous. To preserve the knowledge that the Baron wishes destroyed. And perhaps, when the time is right, to offer an alternative to those who would follow us out of the darkness. Elric took a deep breath, feeling as though he stood on the edge of a precipice. Behind him lay the only life he had ever known, privileged but constrained, secure but spiritually empty. Before him, uncertainty and danger, but also the possibility of something more meaningful than the endless power games of Giedi Prime. He reached out and took Kaelin's offered hand. I'm with you, he said simply. Relief flickered across her face, there and gone in an instant. Good. Doran has prepared supplies for you. Clothes, identification, credits. Travel light. We can acquire what else we need once we're off-world. As if on cue, Doran approached with a small pack, which Elric took with a nod of thanks. The old servant's expression remained impassive, but something in his eyes suggested approval. "This way," Duran instructed, leading them toward what appeared to be a solid wall at the far end of the chamber. Like the archive entrance, this too concealed a hidden door, though the mechanism was cruder. A simple lever disguised as part of an abandoned loading apparatus. The door opened to reveal a narrow tunnel, its walls rough-hewn from the native rock rather than constructed of the processed materials used throughout the rest of the fortress. The air that wafted from it was different, cooler, with a faint tang of minerals and, incredibly, the distant scent of open air. After so long within the recycled atmosphere of the fortress, that hint of freedom was intoxicating. The tunnel runs for approximately 2 kilometers, Doran explained as they entered the passage. It emerges in an abandoned processing facility on the eastern edge of the main industrial complex. From there, it's a short distance to the rendezvous point. Elric glanced back at the servant. "You're not coming with us." Doran shook his head. "My place is here. There are others who may yet require guidance when the time comes." Understanding dawned on Elric's face. "You've done this before, helped others escape." "House Harkonnen has always produced the occasional aberration," Doran replied, his tone neutral but his meaning clear. "Those who could not reconcile themselves to the family's methods. Some were discovered and eliminated, others found their way to me. He's been orchestrating escapes for decades," Kaelin added. "A silent resistance within the heart of the fortress itself." The revelation was staggering. All this time, beneath the oppressive rule of successive Harkonnen barons, a network had existed, helping those who sought a different path. Elric wondered how many others like himself had stood at this same threshold, poised between the known horrors of Giedi Prime and the uncertain freedom beyond. "Why risk yourself this way?" he asked Doran. "After so many years of loyal service, why betray the house now?" Doran's weathered face remained impassive, but something flickered in his eyes, a pain long buried but never truly forgotten. "I made a promise, long ago, to someone who saw what House Harkonnen could be, rather than what it had become." His gaze met Elric's directly. "She believed that redemption was possible, even for those born to darkness. I have spent my life testing that belief." Before Elric could inquire further, Doran stepped back, his hand moving to the door mechanism. "Go now. Follow the tunnel to its end. Carleen knows what to do from there." A pause, heavy with unspoken meaning. "Remember what you've learned today, young master. The choices that shaped your ancestors do not have to determine your own path." With those words, he sealed the door behind them, leaving Elric and Kaelin alone in the narrow passage, illuminated only by the soft glow of chemical lights embedded in the rough ceiling at irregular intervals. The finality of the closing door echoed in the confined space, marking a division between Elric's past and whatever future awaited. "Come," Kaelin said after a moment of silence. "We have a long journey ahead and very little time." As they moved through the tunnel, Elric's mind continued to process everything he had discovered in the archives. The true history of House Harkonnen, so different from what he had been taught. The moments of honor and compassion hidden within generations of cruelty. The possibility that the legacy of his blood did not have to be one of brutality and fear. Each step took him further from the only home he had ever known. Yet strangely, he felt not loss but a growing sense of liberation. The tunnel gradually began to slope upward, the air growing fresher as they neared its exit. Occasionally they would pass side passages branching off into darkness, remnants perhaps of mining operations from the early days of Giadi Prime's industrialization. Kylen led with confidence, never hesitating at intersections, clearly having traversed this route before. "How long have you been planning this?" Elric asked as they paused briefly to drink from water containers provided in their packs. "In some form, since I was 16, Kaelin replied. "That was when I first discovered discrepancies in the official family histories. My father, your Uncle Glossu, had left behind journals that contradicted much of what we were taught. After his death, I began to investigate more thoroughly, and Doran, he approached me after I had been exploring the old archives for about a year. I thought I was being careful, but he had been watching. Instead of reporting me, he offered guidance, showed me hidden records I would never have found on my own." She recapped her water container thoughtfully. "It was then I learned I wasn't the first to question our family's path. There have been others throughout the generations, Harkonnens who saw past the doctrine of power and cruelty, who sought different ways." "What happened to them?" Elric asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. "Some were discovered and eliminated. Others managed to escape, to disappear into the vastness of the Imperium with new identities. A few even attempted to change the house from within, though that rarely ended well." She smiled grimly. "We Harkonnens have never been known for our tolerance of dissent." They resumed their journey, moving at a steady pace through the increasingly rough terrain of the tunnel. The passage had clearly been expanded from a natural formation, with tool marks visible on walls and ceiling where the rock had been carved away to allow easier passage. In some sections, crude supports had been added to prevent collapse, their aged wood creaking softly as they passed. "What you said earlier about the Baron's plan against House Atreides," Elric ventured after some time had passed. "How do you know of this?" "I've cultivated sources within the Baron's inner circle," Kaelin answered. "And I learned to interpret the patterns of his behavior. The sudden interest in Arrakis, the increased communication with certain Imperial channels, the redeployment of our military assets, all point to a major operation in development. And you believe it's doomed to fail?" Kaelin's pace slowed slightly as she considered her response. "I believe it represents everything that has gone wrong with House Harkonnen. We once were traders, diplomats, builders of alliances. Now we scheme and betray, treating power as an end rather than a means." She glanced back at him. "But more practically, I believe the Baron underestimates Duke Leto Atreides and his son. They are not like other adversaries our house has faced." The mention of the Atreides heir sparked Elric's curiosity. "You mean Paul Atreides? I've heard he's approximately my age." "Yes, though in some ways he is older. The Bene Gesserit have had a hand in his upbringing through his mother, Lady Jessica, and he has been trained by some of the finest minds in the Imperium, Thufir Hawat, Duncan Idaho, Gurney Halleck." There was a note of respect in her voice that surprised Elric. In another universe, you and he might have been friends rather than hereditary enemies. The thought was a strange one, friendship with an Atreides, when all his life Elric had been taught to view them as the embodiment of weakness masquerading as virtue. Yet after what he had learned in the archives, he found himself questioning much of what he had been taught about his family's ancient rivals. Their conversation fell away as the tunnel began to narrow, requiring more concentration to navigate. The air grew markedly fresher, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of Giedi Prime's industrialized atmosphere, a mixture of chemical pollutants and artificial weather controls that, while hardly pleasant by most standards, signaled their approach to the outside world. After nearly an hour of travel through the winding passage, they came to what appeared to be a dead end. Kaelin moved to a seemingly unremarkable section of wall, running her hands along the rough surface until she found what she sought. a small depression barely visible in the dim light. Pressing it caused a section of the wall to shift inward with a low grinding sound. Maintenance access for an abandoned processing facility, she explained quietly. Used for refining raw ore during the early colonization of GAD Prime, before the more efficient complexes were built closer to the extraction sites. She peered through the opening, scanning for any signs of danger before motioning Elric to follow. They emerged into a cavernous space, its high ceiling lost in shadows. Massive machines, their functions long forgotten, stood like silent sentinels, covered in layers of dust and grime. The air held the acrid tang of chemicals and the mustiness of long abandonment. Moving with practiced stealth, Kaelin led Elric through the maze of equipment toward a distant glow that suggested an exit. As they drew closer, the sound of rain became audible, a continuous patter that marked one of GAD Prime's scheduled precipitation cycles, when water was released from the environmental control systems to wash accumulated pollutants from the air. Perfect timing, Kaelin murmured. The rain will obscure our heat signatures from any surveillance. At the perimeter of the facility, a section of outer wall had partially collapsed, creating an opening large enough to slip through. Beyond lay the industrial wastelands that surrounded the Harkonnen fortress, a bleak landscape of abandoned structures, waste disposal sites, and scrubby vegetation that had adapted to survive in soil tainted by centuries of chemical runoff. The rain fell in a steady sheet, quickly soaking through their clothing as they made their way across the uneven terrain. In the distance, the lights of active processing plants created a hazy glow against the perpetual cloud cover. Closer, the bulk of the fortress rose like a malevolent shadow, its towers barely visible through the downpour. The rendezvous point is approximately 1 kilometer east, Kaelin said, her voice nearly lost in the sound of the rain. A decommissioned transport hub that once served this sector. Our contact will meet us there. They moved with purpose but caution, keeping to the shadows of ruined structures and using the numerous debris piles for cover. Though this region was officially abandoned, Elric knew that patrols occasionally swept through, searching for smugglers or fugitives who might use the area as a staging ground for operations against House Harkonnen. "Who is this contact?" Elric asked, as they paused in the lee of what had once been a storage silo, catching their breath and checking for any signs of pursuit. "A guild navigator's representative," Kaelin replied, her expression hidden in the darkness. "The guild maintains a flexible relationship with the great houses. While they officially remain neutral, certain factions within their ranks see advantage in cultivating alternative channels of communication and influence, and they're willing to help us escape for the right price." A hint of grimness entered her tone. "I've been quietly liquidating select holdings and converting them to untraceable assets for years. The guild will transport us to Ix for a considerable sum, but once there, we'll need to establish new identities and find our own way forward." The implications were clear. Kaelin had sacrificed a fortune to secure their escape, placing herself at tremendous risk in the process. The deeper Elric delved into this unfolding situation, the more he realized how meticulously his cousin had planned, the years of preparation that had gone into this single night. They continued on, the rain gradually lessening as they approached what had once been a minor transportation hub. The remnants of landing pads and cargo areas were still visible, though nature had begun the slow process of reclamation, with hardy native plants pushing through cracks in the permacrete and climbing the rusted remains of support structures. As they approached the largest of the surviving buildings, Elric tensed at a flicker of movement near its entrance. Kaelin placed a restraining hand on his arm, then made a subtle gesture with her other hand. 3 fingers extended, then closed into a fist. From the shadows, an answering signal flashed briefly, a small light blinking 3 times in quick succession. Kalem visibly relaxed, though her vigilance did not diminish entirely. "Our contact," she confirmed, "right on time." The figure that emerged from the building's entrance was tall and gaunt, wrapped in a voluminous cloak that obscured most of their features. Only the lower portion of her face was visible, pale skin stretched tight over sharp bones, and thin lips that barely moved as they spoke. "You have it?" The voice was androgynous, barely above a whisper. Kaelin reached into her pack, extracting a small container sealed with Harkonnen emblems. As agreed, the complete genetic profile of the current Baron, including markers for the congenital disease affecting his endocrine system and samples of the treatments being developed to combat it. Elric stared at his cousin in shock. Such information was among the most closely guarded secrets of House Harkonnen. The Baron's health issues were known only to a select few within the inner circle, and the research being conducted to extend his life was considered highly classified. The guild representative took the container, examining the seals with a small device that emitted a soft blue glow. After a moment, they nodded with satisfaction. "Passage for 2 to Ix, as negotiated. The ship departs in 17 minutes. Follow me." As they moved to follow the cloaked figure, Elric caught Kaelin's arm. "How did you obtain that?" he asked, voice low but intense. The Baron's medical records are kept in his personal chambers, under constant surveillance. A ghost of a smile crossed Kaelin's face. "I told you I've been cultivating sources within the Baron's inner circle. One of his physicians has conflicting loyalties." She paused, studying Elric's expression. "Does it trouble you, the betrayal of family secrets?" Elric considered the question, surprised to find that it did not trouble him as much as it perhaps should have. "No," he said finally. "But I am curious why the guild would value such information so highly. The Baron's condition is rare but not unique. It affects certain genetic lines across several great houses. The guild has its own reasons for tracking such patterns, perhaps related to their navigator program, or perhaps for more mundane leverage in their dealings with affected families." The guild representative led them through the abandoned building, down a series of corridors that showed signs of recent clearing, and finally to what appeared to be a small storage area. At first glance, it contained nothing but debris and the remains of long-abandoned equipment, but as they entered, a section of the floor slid silently aside, revealing a descending ramp. "Your transport awaits," the representative gestured toward the opening. "The course is already set. You will arrive at the specified coordinates on Ix within 36 hours. From there, you are on your own." Kaelin nodded, then turned to Elric. "This is the point of no return, cousin. Once we board that ship, there is no coming back. House Harkonnen will consider us traitors to be executed on sight." "Are you certain this is what you want?" Elric paused at the threshold of this irrevocable decision. Behind him lay everything he had ever known, a life of privilege and power, albeit one shadowed by cruelty and fear. Before him stretched an uncertain future, fraught with danger but offering the possibility of something he had never truly experienced, freedom to choose his own path. He thought of the archives, of Xavier Harkonnen's honor and Abelard's principled stand, of the hidden acts of compassion performed by ancestors who had struggled against the family's darker inclinations. And he thought of Doran, spending decades in silent resistance, helping others escape the toxic legacy that House Harkonnen had become. "I'm certain," he said firmly, "whatever awaits us, It has to be better than perpetuating what our house has become. Relief flickered briefly across Kalen's features, there and gone so quickly Elric might have imagined it. She turned to the guild representative. "We are ready." The descent into the hidden hangar revealed a sleek vessel unlike any Elric had seen before. Smaller than a standard guild transport, with lines that suggested both speed and stealth. Its hull bore no markings, its design deliberately anonymous to avoid drawing attention. As they approached the ship, its entry ramp extended silently, inviting them into the dimly lit interior. The guild representative remained behind, offering no farewell as Kalen and Elric boarded. Once inside, the ramp sealed behind them with a soft hiss of equalizing pressure. The ship's interior was Spartanic but functional, with acceleration couches, minimal storage compartments, and a small nutrition dispensary. No pilot was visible, suggesting the vessel was either automated or controlled remotely. "Secure yourself," Kalen instructed, moving to one of the couches and activating its restraint system. Guild ships accelerate more rapidly than standard transports. Elric followed suit, feeling the cushioned surface conform to his body as the restraints clicked into place. Almost immediately, a low hum began to build, vibrating through the deck plates and walls as the ship's engines initiated their startup sequence. A soft artificial voice emanated from hidden speakers. "Departure imminent. Please remain secured during acceleration phase. Estimated transit time to destination 36 standard hours." As the countdown proceeded, Elric found his thoughts turning to what they had left behind, not just the physical trappings of his former life, but the weight of expectations and obligations that had shaped his existence since birth. The Harkonnen name had been both privilege and prison, opening doors while simultaneously limiting the paths he could walk. "What will we do on Ix?" he asked, seeking to ground himself in the practicalities of their immediate future rather than dwell on what could not be changed. "My contact there is a former Suk doctor who disagreed with certain imperial policies regarding medical research," Kalen explained. "He's established a small practice in one of the less regulated sectors, catering to those who prefer discretion. He'll provide us with new identities, appearance alterations, and temporary shelter while we determine our next move." The ship's vibration intensified, and Elric felt the subtle pressure of acceleration begin to build. Through a small viewport, he caught a final glimpse of Gieti Prime's surface. A tapestry of industrial scars and artificial lights, slowly receding as they ascended toward the cloud layer. And after that, he pressed, needing to hear that there was indeed a plan beyond mere escape. Kalen's expression grew thoughtful. "That depends in part on what unfolds in our absence. If the Baron's plan against House Atreides succeeds, the balance of power within the Landsraad will shift dramatically. If it fails, well, House Harkonnen may find itself in a precarious position." She met his gaze directly. "Either way, there will be opportunities for those who understand the true history of our house, who remember what we once stood for before ambition and vengeance consumed us." The ship broke through the cloud cover, accelerating rapidly toward the upper atmosphere. Giedi Prime's night side spread below them like a dark canvas punctuated by the golden web of city lights and the harsh glare of industrial complexes. It was beautiful in its way, a testament to human determination to bend even the most inhospitable environments to their will. "We might never see it again," Elric murmured, watching as his homeworld grew smaller in the viewport. "Perhaps not," Kalen agreed. "But we carry it with us nonetheless, not just its darkness, but the possibility of what it could have been, what it might still become someday." As the ship reached escape velocity, pushing them back into their acceleration couches with increasing force, Elric felt an unexpected sense of peace settling over him. The future was uncertain, filled with dangers he could scarcely imagine, yet, for the first time in his life, it was truly his to shape. The archives had shown him that House Harkonnen had not always been defined by cruelty and treachery. There had been honor once, and principle, and perhaps those qualities could be reclaimed, not by returning to Gidi Prime in some misguided attempt at reformation, but by creating something new from the ashes of what they left behind, a legacy worthy of those ancestors who had struggled against the corruption of their house. As Gidi Prime dwindled to a mere point of light among countless stars, Elric closed his eyes, focusing on the steady rhythm of his breath as the ship's acceleration reached its peak. When he opened them again, the viewport showed only the vast emptiness of space, with its infinite possibilities stretching in all directions. Whatever came next, he would face it not as a scion of House Harkonnen, bound by centuries of hatred and ambition, but simply as Elric, a young man carrying the knowledge of his past, but free to choose his own future. "Rest if you can," Kaelin advised, her own eyes growing heavy as the ship's systems adjusted to cruise configuration. "We have a long journey ahead, and many decisions to make when we reach our destination." Elric nodded, allowing the tension to drain from his body as the ship's gentle vibrations lulled him towards sleep. His last conscious thought before drifting off was of Doran, standing guard in the shadows of the fortress, watching over others who might someday follow the path he and Kaelin had taken. A silent sentinel of hope in a house long given to despair. And as sleep claimed him, Elric dreamed not of the industrial nightmare of Gidi Prime, but of Xavier Harkonnen standing proud and honorable among his peers, of Abelard facing injustice with dignity and courage, of all those throughout the generations who had kept alive the flame of what House Harkonnen might have been. In that dream, they welcomed him not as a traitor to his bloodline, but as one who had finally found the strength to honor its truest legacy. Not power, or vengeance, or fear, but the courage to choose a different path when all forces conspired to keep him bound to the old ways. It was a dream of reconciliation and possibility, carrying him peacefully through the void toward whatever awaited on distant Ix. Let us continue our journey through the shadows of House Harkonnen, my drowsy travelers. As you settle deeper into comfort, we shall turn our attention to a different sort of darkness, one clothed in finery and hidden behind courteous smiles. Tonight we shall witness the subtle dangers that lurk within the formal gatherings of the notorious house, where words flow like sweet poison and alliances shift with the changing of courses. Close your eyes and join us at the banquet table, where nothing is quite as it seems. The great hall of House Harkonnen on Gidi Prime had been transformed for the evening's gathering. Massive chandeliers of dark metal and blood-red crystal hung from the vaulted ceiling, their hundreds of flames casting a warm yet somehow unsettling glow over the proceedings below. The walls, normally adorned only with the stark Harkonnen griffin emblems, had been draped with rich fabrics in the house colors of blue and orange, softening the harsh architecture without diminishing its imposing nature. Long tables arranged in a horseshoe formation dominated the center of the hall, their surfaces covered with the finest linens and gleaming with silver and crystal that had been imported at great expense from worlds known for their artisanry. It was a display of wealth and power rarely seen on industrialized Gidi Prime, where function typically prevailed over aesthetics. But tonight was different. A calculated exhibition of Harkonnen might, designed to impress the assembled dignitaries from various minor houses, guild representatives, and even a few envoys from rival major houses who had accepted the Baron's unexpected invitation. Amidst this carefully orchestrated spectacle moved Elira Yanis, a mid-level administrative officer in House Harkonnen's diplomatic corps. At 34, she had served the house for nearly 15 years, rising slowly but steadily through its competitive ranks. Her position was neither prestigious enough to merit a seat at the main table, nor so lowly as to exclude her from the event entirely. Instead, she occupied that nebulous middle ground of necessary functionaries, present to ensure the smooth operation of the evening, but expected to remain largely invisible. This suited Elira perfectly. Her unremarkable status afforded her a unique vantage point from which to observe the complex dance of politics unfolding around her. While the Baron and his innermost circle commanded attention at the head table, she moved quietly through the periphery, noting whispered exchanges and meaningful glances that others might miss. Her current task was simple enough, ensuring that the wine service proceeded without interruption, that the correct vintage was paired with each course, and that no guest's glass remained empty for long. It was the sort of detail that might seem trivial, but in the carefully choreographed performance of a formal Harkonnen banquet, even the smallest misstep could have significant repercussions. As she consulted briefly with a server about a special reserve to be presented with the main course, Elira's attention was drawn to a subtle movement at one of the side tables. Hasimir Fenring, Count of House Fenring and close confidant to the Emperor himself, was engaged in what appeared to be casual conversation with Glossu Rabban, the Baron's brutish nephew, but something in the Count's posture, a certain tension in his shoulders, the careful placement of his hands, suggested that the exchange was anything but casual. Intriguing, she thought. Count Fenring's presence at a Harkonnen gathering was unusual in itself, given the perpetual cool relations between the house and the imperial court. That he would seek out Rabban, widely considered the least subtle and most intellectually limited of the Harkonnen inner circle, suggested a purpose beyond mere diplomatic niceties. The wine ledgers indicate your role in procurement has been expanding, a voice murmured near her ear, breaking into her thoughts. Elira turned to find herself face to face with Peiter de Vries, the Baron's twisted mentat. His lips were stained red from the Sappho juice that enhanced his mental capabilities, creating a disturbing contrast with his pale skin and eerily intense eyes. The drug had warped him over the years, reshaping his features into something that straddled the line between human and other. "My Lord de Vries," she acknowledged with a precise bow, neither too deep nor too shallow. "I serve where House Harkonnen directs." Indeed. The mentat studied her with unnerving focus, as though analyzing every micro-expression and inflection. "And such direction has recently taken you to interesting places. 3 trips to Kaitain in as many months. Curious responsibilities for one of your station." The implicit question hung in the air between them. Elira maintained a neutral expression, though her pulse quickened slightly. Her recent assignments had indeed been unusual, ostensibly to source rare wines and delicacies for the Baron's table, but in reality providing cover for more delicate information-gathering operations. That de Vries had noticed was concerning, but not entirely unexpected. Very little escaped the mentat's attention. "The Baron's palate has grown more discriminating," she replied carefully. "The markets of Kaitain offer varieties unavailable elsewhere. How fortunate we are to have one so dedicated to the Baron's appetites." De Vries smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. "I wonder, though, if your travels have yielded other acquisitions besides wine. Information, perhaps? Observations that might interest those beyond our house." The accusation was clear, though carefully framed to allow deniability. Elira felt a cold finger of apprehension trace its way down her spine. The Mentat suspected her of divided loyalties, perhaps even of spying for another house or faction. Such suspicions, whether founded or not, had led many Harkonnen servants to disappear without trace. "My loyalty to House Harkonnen is absolute," she stated, meeting his gaze directly. "Any observations I make are reported through the proper channels, as my oath requires." De Vries held her gaze for a long moment, his mind visibly calculating probabilities and variables that would forever remain invisible to her. Then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, his attention seemed to shift elsewhere. "The Viridian ambassadors appear restless," he noted, glancing toward a group of pale-skinned diplomats seated near the far end of the hall. "Perhaps their glasses require attention." With that, he drifted away, moving toward the Baron's table with the fluid grace that belied his twisted appearance. Illyra released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, then composed herself and moved to address the Viridian's needs, her mind racing. The encounter with De Vries had been a warning, or perhaps a test. Either way, it confirmed that her activities had not gone unnoticed. The question was whether the Mentat's suspicions were specific or merely part of his general paranoia, and, more importantly, who else might share those suspicions. As she approached the Viridian table with a fresh decanter of the pale blue wine they favored, Illyra took careful note of the surrounding conversations. The banquet had reached that crucial stage where initial formalities had given way to more substantive interactions, and the combined effects of food and alcohol had loosened tongues somewhat. It was during such moments that the true purpose of gatherings like this often revealed itself. Cannot possibly expect the guild to adjust rates for a single house regardless of the volume guaranteed, a tall, austere woman in guild uniform was saying to a Harkonnen trade minister. The precedent would be untenable. Yet exceptions have been made before, the minister countered smoothly. The spice operations on Arrakis, for instance. The guild representative's expression hardened almost imperceptibly. That arrangement involves multiple houses and imperial interests. The circumstances are not comparable. Interesting, Illyra thought as she moved past them. The Harkonnens were clearly seeking preferential shipping rates, perhaps in preparation for increased trade activity. Combined with the unusual guest list for tonight's banquet, it suggested a significant shift in economic strategy, one that might have political implications as well. She filed this information away as she reached the Viridian table. As she refilled their glasses, she caught fragments of their conversation, conducted in heavily accented Galach. "Third consecutive quarter of reduced harvests," one was saying. "The synthetic alternatives are gaining market share." "An unfortunate development," another replied, "one that might be mitigated with the right distribution partners." Their eyes flickered briefly to the Harkonnen trade officials seated at a nearby table, making their meaning clear. Viridian was known primarily for its rare botanical exports, many with pharmaceutical applications. If their production was declining, as indicated, they might be seeking new political alliances to protect their market position. Illyra completed her service at their table and moved on, mentally cataloguing what she had overheard. Separately, these snippets might mean little, but together they began to form a pattern, one suggesting that House Harkonnen was actively working to realign its economic relationships across multiple sectors. Such a strategy often preceded major political maneuvers. As she navigated between tables, Illyra became aware of a subtle shift in the atmosphere of the hall. Conversations quieted momentarily, as Baron Vladimir Harkonnen himself rose from his seat at the head table. Though grotesquely obese, the Baron carried himself with surprising dignity, his anti-gravity suspensors allowing him to stand without strain despite his enormous weight. "Distinguished guests," he began, his voice carrying effortlessly across the hall. "Before we proceed to the main course, I wish to express my gratitude for your presence tonight. In these interesting times, the value of direct discourse cannot be overstated." Alira noted the careful phrasing. Interesting times was a loaded term in the political lexicon of the Imperium, often used to indicate periods of significant change or instability. That the Baron would invoke it so openly suggested confidence, or perhaps a desire to project such confidence, regardless of the underlying reality. House Harkonnen has long been a pillar of industrial production and resource management within the Imperium, he continued, his small eyes glittering with intelligence that belied his grotesque appearance. But even the strongest pillars must adapt to shifting foundations. The arrangements we discuss tonight will, I believe, prove mutually beneficial as we navigate the changes that inevitably lie ahead. A murmur ran through the assembled guests. Polite acknowledgement on the surface, but Elia detected undercurrents of speculation and assessment. The Baron was clearly signaling his awareness of impending political shifts and positioning House Harkonnen as a stable partner amidst such changes. But what specific changes did he anticipate? And why gather such a diverse array of potential allies now? As the Baron resumed his seat and servants began presenting the main course, an elaborate presentation of roast desert hare from Arrakis, accompanied by rare vegetables grown in the few uncontaminated greenhouse complexes on Giedi Prime, Alira's attention was drawn to a figure seated at one of the side tables. Lady Margot Rashina Zaya, the wife of Count Fenring, was a woman of striking beauty and poise. Her presence was as unexpected as her husband's, perhaps more so given the historical tensions between House Harkonnen and the Bene Gesserit sisterhood to which she belonged. Yet there she sat, engaging in apparently pleasant conversation with a Harkonnen Minister of Cultural Affairs, her expression revealing nothing of her true thoughts. As Alira watched, the lady made a subtle gesture with her left hand, a movement that might have appeared accidental to most observers, but which Alira recognized as a fragment of the Bene Gesserit's silent language. Having worked with diplomatic corps for many years, Alira had made it her business to familiarize herself with such systems of hidden communication, though her knowledge was far from complete. This particular gesture, if she recalled correctly, indicated either warning or preparation, but for what? And to whom was the message directed? Her contemplation was interrupted by the approach of Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen, the Baron's younger nephew and presumed heir. Unlike his brutish cousin Raban, Feyd-Rautha possessed both intelligence and physical grace, making him far more dangerous in Alira's estimation. That he would personally approach someone of her relatively minor status was unusual enough to put her immediately on alert. "Yanis, isn't it?" he inquired, his tone casual yet precise. "The wine procurement specialist?" "Yes, my lord," she confirmed with an appropriate bow. "How may I serve you?" Feyd-Rautha smiled, the expression charming yet somehow predatory. "I've been impressed by your selections this evening. The claret with the fish course was particularly inspired. Not an obvious pairing, but remarkably effective." "You honor me with your notice, my lord," Alira responded, keeping her face carefully neutral despite her surprise. That Feyd-Rautha would take note of such a detail, let alone comment on it to her directly, suggested an agenda beyond mere appreciation of fine wine. "I wonder," he continued, lowering his voice slightly, "if you might assist me with a small matter. We've received a gift from House Ordos, a case of their Centennial Reserve. I'm told it's quite exceptional, but I'm concerned about the appropriate occasion for its presentation. Perhaps you might examine it and advise me." The request was strange on multiple levels. House Ordos was a minor but wealthy house known for its secrecy and complex financial operations. That they would send a gift to House Harkonnen was noteworthy in itself, given the limited interaction between the two houses. More curious still was Fade Rotha's apparent deference to her judgment in the matter. "Of course, my lord," she agreed, recognizing that refusal was not an option regardless of her suspicions. "When would you wish me to examine this gift?" Peter the Banquet concludes, the case was delivered to the small receiving chamber adjacent to the eastern gallery. He held her gaze a moment longer than necessary. "Discretion would be appreciated. House Ordos values its privacy, as do we all." With that, he inclined his head slightly and moved away, returning to his place at the high table beside his uncle. Illyra remained where she stood, her mind working through the implications of the exchange. The most benign interpretation was that Fade Rotha genuinely wished her professional assessment of the wine, but given Harkonnen nature and the emphasis on discretion, darker possibilities seemed more likely. The wine might be poisoned or tampered with in some way, and Fade Rotha wished to confirm this before using it against an enemy. Or perhaps the gift concealed something entirely different, information, technology, or contraband that House Ordos wished to transfer secretly. Or most concerning of all, the entire scenario might be a trap designed to test her loyalty or implicate her in some conspiracy. Whatever the truth, she now faced a delicate situation requiring careful navigation. Declining the task would arouse suspicion, yet proceeding blindly carried its own significant risks. These thoughts accompanied her as she resumed her duties, moving among the tables to ensure the wine service continued smoothly. As the main course gave way to an elaborate dessert presentation, frozen creams sculpted into the form of the Harkonnen griffin, surrounded by rare fruits preserved at great expense, Illyra found herself near the table where Count Fenring and his wife were seated. "Most interesting proposition," the Count was saying to one of the Harkonnen ministers. "The Emperor maintains a position of neutrality in such matters, of course, but hypothetically, arrangements beneficial to all involved might be considered." His distinctive humming speech pattern, which some mistook for a speech impediment, was in fact a carefully cultivated affectation that disguised one of the Empire's most dangerous political operators. Those who dismissed Fenring based on this quirk rarely lived long enough to rectify their error in judgment. Lady Margot caught Illyra's eye as she approached to refill their glasses, and for a brief moment something passed between them. A flash of recognition or assessment that left Illyra feeling oddly exposed, as though the Bene Gesserit had peered directly into her thoughts. The sensation passed quickly, replaced by the lady's gracious smile as she lifted her glass to receive the pale gold dessert wine. "My compliments to whoever selected this vintage," Lady Margot said, her voice melodious and perfectly modulated. The floral notes complement the fruit components of the dessert exquisitely. "Thank you, my lady," Illyra responded with a slight bow. "I shall convey your appreciation to the house sommelier." A small lie, as she herself had chosen the pairing, but one that deflected attention from her role. Lady Margot's eyes sparkled with something that might have been amusement, or might have been something else entirely. "Ah, deflection," she murmured, too softly for anyone but Illyra to hear. "Sometimes the most valuable players prefer to remain unrecognized on the board." Before Illyra could respond to this cryptic observation, Count Fenring reclaimed his wife's attention with a question about one of the cultural artifacts displayed along the hall's perimeter. Illyra moved on, but the lady's words lingered in her mind. As the banquet progressed toward its conclusion, the initial formality had given way to a more relaxed atmosphere, though the undercurrents of political maneuvering remained palpable. Elira continued her circuit of the hall, noting which guests had formed unexpected conversational groups and which remained isolated. One such isolated figure caught her attention. A man seated at the furthest table, dressed in the subdued but expensive attire of a high-ranking guild functionary. Unlike most guild representatives who typically traveled in pairs or small groups, this man appeared to be alone. More curious still, while he participated politely in table conversation, his attention seemed consistently drawn to the movements of certain Harkonnen officials. As Elira approached his table to offer a final wine service, she noted the subtle insignia on his collar that marked him as part of the guild's security division rather than their commercial or navigational branches. Such operatives rarely attended social functions unless they had specific intelligence interests at stake. A pleasure to observe such a masterfully orchestrated event, he commented as she filled his glass. House Harkonnen clearly values precision in all endeavors. You honor us with your notice, Elira replied with the standard formality, but something in his tone, a certain ironic inflection, made her add, though perfection always remains an asymptotic goal. A flicker of interest crossed his features. An asymptotic goal. Yes, that's rather well put. We approach, but never quite arrive, do we? He studied her with newfound attention. And you are? Elira Yanis, Administrative Service, she answered, offering the simplified version of her title, used for such interactions. Divi Jatha, Guild Relations, he responded in kind, though his insignia suggested a far more specialized role. Tell me, Yanis, in your administrative capacity, have you noticed any unusual patterns in resource allocation recently, particularly regarding off-world transportation requests? The question was oddly direct, bordering on inappropriate for such a public setting. Either Jatha was testing her, or the guild's interest in Harkonnen activities was significant enough to warrant such a risk. I'm afraid my responsibilities don't encompass transportation logistics, she demurred. The shipping division would be better positioned to address such queries. Jatha smiled thinly. Of course, my apologies for the misdirected inquiry. He raised his glass slightly. To asymptotic goals, then. Elira inclined her head in acknowledgement and moved on, but she filed the exchange away for further consideration. The guild representative's interest in Harkonnen shipping patterns, combined with the earlier conversation about rates, suggested concerns about unusual movement of resources or personnel. Given House Harkonnen's primary operations on Arrakis and Gedi Prime, such changes might relate to spice production or military deployments, both matters of significant political consequence. As the dessert course concluded and the Baron rose once more to offer closing remarks to his guests, Elira positioned herself near one of the service exits, mentally preparing for her upcoming meeting with Fade Rotha. Whatever awaited her in the receiving chamber, she would need all her wits about her to navigate it safely. The Baron's closing speech was brief but pointed, emphasizing House Harkonnen's reliability as a political and economic partner, while hinting at opportunities for those who align themselves with Harkonnen interests in the coming months. The subtext was clear to anyone versed in imperial politics. The Baron anticipated a significant shift in the balance of power and was gathering allies in preparation. As the formal proceedings concluded and guests began to disperse, some to private meetings with Harkonnen officials, others to the transports that would return them to their ships or lodgings, Elira made her way discreetly toward the eastern gallery. The corridors beyond the Great Hall were less crowded, but still required navigation around small groups engaged in post-banquet conversations. The Eastern Gallery itself was one of the few areas in the Harkonnen fortress where aesthetic considerations had been given some priority. A long, high-ceilinged space lined with display cases containing artifacts from across the Imperium, it served as both a museum of sorts and a statement of Harkonnen reach and influence. Many of the items on display had been acquired through conquest or coercion rather than legitimate trade, though such details were naturally omitted from their descriptions. Elira moved purposefully through the gallery, nodding respectfully to the guards stationed at regular intervals but not pausing to engage. Her status within the household was sufficient to grant her access to most areas without question, particularly when she appeared to be on official business. The receiving chamber adjacent to the gallery was a smaller space designed for private meetings and the exchange of gifts or sensitive documents. As she approached, Elira noted that the usual guard was absent from his post beside the door, an irregular circumstance that immediately heightened her caution. She paused at the threshold, listening carefully for any sound from within. Hearing nothing, she knocked lightly on the ornate metal door. "Enter," came a voice that was distinctly not Feyd-Rauther's. Elira hesitated only briefly before pushing the door open, knowing that retreat would likely lead to worse consequences than proceeding. The chamber beyond was dimly lit, with only a few wall sconces providing illumination. A large conference table dominated the center of the room, and seated at its far end was not the Baron's nephew, but Peiter de Vries, the twisted mentat. "Ah, Yanis," he greeted her, his sappho-stained lips curving in what might generously be described as a smile, prompt as always. "Do come in." Elira entered, allowing the door to close behind her. The chamber appeared empty save for De Vries and a single case resting on the table before him. Presumably the wine from House Atreides that Feyd-Rauther had mentioned. "My Lord De Vries," she acknowledged with appropriate deference. "I was expecting Lord Feyd-Rauther." "Yes, I imagine you were." The mentat's fingers tapped a rhythm on the table's surface, an unconscious manifestation of the complex calculations perpetually occurring within his enhanced mind. "The young lord was called away on an urgent matter. He asked me to oversee this evaluation in his absence." This was a complication Elira had not anticipated, though perhaps she should have. The relationship between Feyd-Rauther and De Vries was complex, marked by competition for the Baron's favor and mutual distrust. That De Vries would insert himself into whatever scheme Feyd-Rauther had initiated was not entirely surprising, but it significantly altered the dynamics of the situation. "I see," she replied, keeping her expression neutral. "Then I am at your service, my lord. What would you like me to evaluate?" De Vries gestured toward the case on the table. "As explained to you, House Atreides has provided a gift, a centennial reserve, supposedly quite rare. Before it is presented to the Baron or utilized in any official capacity, we require an assessment of its property." The emphasis on the final word confirmed Elira's suspicion that this was about more than the quality of the wine. She approached the table cautiously, examining the case without touching it. It appeared to be a standard shipping container for high-value wines, constructed of sealed polycarbon with appropriate temperature control systems and impact cushioning. The House Atreides emblem was clearly visible on its surface, along with certification seals that appeared genuine at first glance. "May I?" she asked, indicating her intention to open the case. De Vries nodded, his eyes never leaving her face. "By all means, that is why you're here." Elira carefully deactivated the security seal, noting that it appeared undisturbed, and opened the case. Inside, nestled in form-fitting foam, were 6 bottles of dark blue glass, their labels identifying them as the Centennial Reserve as described. The vintage date placed their production at exactly 100 standard years prior, during a period when House Atreides had occupied a somewhat more prominent position in imperial politics than they currently enjoyed. With practiced movements, she removed one bottle and examined it closely, checking for signs of tampering or irregularities. Finding none immediately visible, she inspected the cork seal and the crystalline capsule that protected it. Both appeared intact and legitimate. "Would you like me to open one for sampling?" she inquired, though she suspected the answer. "That would seem the most direct way to assess its quality," De Vries agreed, his strange eyes gleaming in the low light. Elira extracted the specialized opening tool from a pocket of her formal uniform, a multi-function device that allowed for non-destructive removal of various seal types. As she worked the cork free with practiced efficiency, she maintained her awareness of De Vries's scrutiny, knowing that he was analyzing her every movement and expression. The cork came free with a subdued pop, releasing a complex aroma that immediately filled the small chamber. Elira inhaled carefully, her trained senses identifying notes of dark fruit, aged wood, and something else, a subtle undertone that seemed slightly out of place in a wine of this description. "Interesting," she murmured, almost to herself. "The aroma profile is consistent with the vintage and origin, though there's a tertiary note that seems atypical." "Indeed?" De Vries leaned forward slightly. "What would you attribute that to?" Elira considered the question. The anomalous scent was subtle but distinctive, something metallic or mineral that shouldn't be present in a wine from the Ordos vineyards, which were known for their careful environmental controls. "Difficult to say without tasting," she replied cautiously. "Perhaps a variation in the aging vessels, or an environmental factor during transportation." "Then by all means, proceed with a tasting evaluation," De Vries instructed. "I'm most interested in your professional assessment." The instruction confirmed what Elira had already suspected. This was a test, though whether the wine was indeed contaminated or whether De Vries simply wished to observe her willingness to take a risk remained unclear. Either way, it placed her in a delicate position. "Of course," she agreed, reaching for one of the crystal glasses that had been placed on the table in apparent anticipation of this moment. She poured a small amount of the dark ruby liquid into the glass, swirled it gently to release the full bouquet of aromas, then brought it to her lips. At the last moment, she employed a technique she had learned years ago during her initial training in wine evaluation, creating a small air pocket between her closed lips and the liquid that would allow her to taste the wine without fully ingesting it until she had confirmed its safety. The flavor was rich and complex, with the expected notes of aged fruit, spice, and subtle wood influence. But beneath these conventional elements lurked the same anomalous quality she had detected in the aroma, a faint metallic tang that did not belong. The primary and secondary flavor profiles are consistent with the labeled vintage, she observed, carefully depositing the tasted wine back into the glass rather than swallowing it. But there is indeed an unusual tertiary characteristic, a metallic note that suggests contamination. De Vries raised an eyebrow. Contamination? That would be most concerning in a gift intended for the Baron. "Indeed," Hilaire agreed carefully, "though I should note that the contamination may be inadvertent rather than deliberate. Certain environmental factors during transit, or even microscopic flaws in the bottle seals, could introduce such elements." "How diplomatic of you," the Mentat observed with a thin smile, "to suggest incompetence rather than malice. But in your expert opinion, Yanis, should this wine be presented to the Baron?" It was a loaded question, fraught with potential pitfalls. If she recommended against presenting the wine and it proved harmless, she might be accused of disrupting valuable inter-house relations. If she recommended proceeding and the wine contained something dangerous, the consequences would be far worse. In my professional assessment, she said carefully, this particular bottle should not be served without further analysis. The anomalous characteristic, while subtle, represents an unknown factor that cannot be dismissed when considering the Baron's safety. De Vries studied her for a long moment, his twisted features unreadable. Then, with a fluid motion at odds with his distorted physique, he produced a small device from within his robes and passed it over the wineglass she had used. The device emitted a soft beep and displayed a series of readings on its small screen. Trace amounts of coriathum, he announced, examining the results. Not immediately lethal, but cumulative exposure can cause cognitive deterioration over time, virtually undetectable once symptoms begin to manifest, and easily attributed to natural decline. Elia kept her expression neutral despite her internal alarm. Coriathum was a sophisticated toxin, rare and difficult to synthesize. Its presence confirmed that the gift from House Ordos had indeed been a carefully plotted assassination attempt, one designed not for immediate effect, but for long-term damage that would be nearly impossible to trace back to its source. A subtle approach, she observed, choosing her words with extreme care, one that suggests a patient enemy. Indeed. De Vries set the detector aside and fixed her with his unsettling gaze. Which brings us to the question of how such an attempt came to be intercepted. Lord Feyd-Rautha received certain information, suggesting that this delivery should be examined with particular care, information that apparently originated from specialized channels. The implication was clear. Feyd-Rautha had a source, possibly within House Ordos itself, and De Vries was now attempting to identify that source or confirm its reliability. The layers of intrigue were multiplying rapidly, with Illyra caught somewhere in the middle. House Harkonnen's intelligence networks are indeed impressive, she offered neutrally, though I myself am not privy to their operation. No? The Mentat's lips curved in a humorless smile, yet you recognized the presence of contamination immediately, despite its subtlety. One might almost think you had been prepared for this evaluation. The accusation hung in the air between them, and Illyra knew her response would be critically important. A denial would sound defensive, while an admission of any prior knowledge would implicate her in whichever complex game was being played between Feyd-Rautha and De Vries. My lord, she said after a measured pause, I have served House Harkonnen for 15 years, specializing in the procurement and assessment of luxury consumables. In that time, I have encountered various forms of tampering and contamination, some accidental, others deliberate. The metallic note present in this wine is distinctive and, to a trained palate, immediately apparent as an adulterant. It was a true statement as far as it went, though it deliberately avoided addressing the implicit question of whether she had specific foreknowledge regarding this particular incident. De Vries regarded her in silence for a long moment, his enhanced mind visibly processing probabilities and scenarios. Then, with unexpected abruptness, he laughed, a harsh, jarring sound in the quiet chamber. Well navigated, Yanis, he acknowledged. Neither confirmation nor denial, yet technically responsive to the inquiry. Perhaps there is more to you than your modest position suggests. Before she could formulate a response, the door to the chamber opened, and Feyd-Rautha himself entered. His expression darkened momentarily upon seeing De Vries, then smoothed into practiced neutrality. Piter, he greeted the Mentat with careful formality. I see you've taken it upon yourself to oversee the evaluation I requested. Indeed, De Vries confirmed, his tone carrying a subtle edge. A fortunate decision as it happens. The wine contains trace amounts of coriathum, quite sophisticated but detectable to the right instruments, and apparently to Yanis's trained palate. Feyd-Rautha's gaze shifted to Illyra, a calculating look that assessed her anew in light of this information. Interesting. And what is your full assessment, Yanis? Illyra maintained her professional demeanor, though she was acutely aware of the dangerous currents flowing between the two Harkonnen officials. The wine contains a contaminating agent, my lord, one that would cause gradual cognitive deterioration if consumed regularly. The concentration is carefully calibrated, sufficient to ensure cumulative effect but subtle enough to avoid detection in standard security screenings. A patient strategy, Feyd-Rautha mused, consistent with House Ordos's typical approach, though unusually aggressive in its ultimate intent. The timing is significant, De Vries interjected, coming as it does when your uncle has been actively cultivating new alliances. One might speculate that House Ordos, or whoever engineered this attempt, wishes to disrupt those negotiations before they reach fruition. The mention of the Baron's diplomatic initiatives brought Illyra's mind back to the various conversations she had overheard during the banquet. The Guild's interest in shipping patterns, the discussions of resource allocation, the presence of unexpected envoys, all pointed to a major strategic realignment involving House Harkonnen. Regardless of the motive, Feyd-Rautha said dismissively, the attempt has failed. The question now becomes how to respond. His eyes lingered on Illyra. You've provided a valuable service tonight, Yanis, one that will not be forgotten. It was a statement that could be interpreted as either a promise of reward or a more ominous form of attention, depending on the young lord's true assessment of her role in the evening's events. I serve House Harkonnen, my lord, she responded with appropriate humility. No more and no less. Indeed, De Vries murmured, his tone suggesting he found this statement less than wholly convincing. Though the nature of such service can take many forms, can it not? Some more multifaceted than others. The tension in the room ratcheted higher as the two men regarded each other with barely concealed hostility. Illyra remained perfectly still, recognizing that the slightest misstep could transform her from valuable asset to expendable complication in whatever power struggle was unfolding. After a long moment, Feyd-Rautha broke the silence. The Baron will want a full report on this matter. Piter, perhaps you would be so kind as to prepare the analysis of the contaminant. I'll inform my uncle of the basic circumstance. It was a dismissal thinly disguised as a request, and De Vries clearly recognized it as such. The Mentat's twisted features betrayed a flash of annoyance before settling back into their usual calculating mask. As you wish, he conceded, though his tone suggested the matter was far from settled. Though I believe a complete account would include the fortuitous nature of this discovery. With that parting barb, he gathered the detection device and the contaminated wine bottle, then exited the chamber with his characteristic fluid grace. The door sealed behind him with a soft hiss, leaving Illyra alone with Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen. The young lord moved to the table and studied the remaining bottles in the case, his expression thoughtful. House Ordos has overplayed their hand, he observed almost to himself. A miscalculation they will come to regret. If it was indeed House Ordos, my lord, Illyra noted carefully. Feyd-Rautha glanced up, his gaze sharpening. Explain. The contamination was sophisticated but detectable, she elaborated. For an operation targeting someone of the Baron's stature, such an oversight seems inconsistent with House Ordos's reputation for meticulous planning. A slow smile spread across Feyd-Rautha's face. an expression that held genuine appreciation rather than his usual calculated charm. Continue. Emboldened by his apparent interest, Illyra pressed on with her analysis. The timing is also suspect, as Lord de Vries noted. To attempt such a maneuver precisely when House Harkonnen is consolidating new alliances suggests either desperation or a deliberate attempt to create suspicion between your house and its potential partners. And which would you consider more likely, Yanis? The question was a test, Illyra knew, one that could elevate her standing or mark her as a threat, depending on how closely her assessment aligned with whatever Feyd-Rautha already suspected. Based on the evidence available to someone of my position, she replied carefully, I would consider the latter more probable. House Ordos has shown no signs of desperation in recent economic or political movements. Their delegation at tonight's banquet was composed and focused on specific negotiation points, and the contamination itself, Coriathum, with its gradual, nearly untraceable effects, suggests a desire to destabilize rather than simply eliminate. Feyd-Rautha nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving her face. You observe more than wine profiles, it seems. A useful trait, though potentially dangerous if employed without discretion. I observe only what serves House Harkonnen's interests, my lord, Illyra responded, recognizing the implicit warning in his words. Indeed, he gestured toward the remaining bottles. And what would you recommend regarding these? Secure containment and thorough analysis, she answered without hesitation. The presence of Coriathum has been confirmed, but there may be other agents or variations in concentration between bottles. The complete profile could provide additional insights regarding the source and intent. A reasonable approach. Feyd-Rautha closed the case and activated its security seal. I'll have our laboratory technicians conduct the analysis. As for you, Yanis, your service tonight has not gone unnoticed. I believe your talents might be better utilized than in mere wine procurement. The statement sent a ripple of apprehension through Illyra. Advancement within House Harkonnen's hierarchy often carried as much risk as reward, particularly when sponsored by someone like Feyd-Rautha, whose own position was constantly subject to the Baron's capricious favor. I am honored by your notice, my lord, she replied with appropriate deference, though I have found my current role allows me certain useful perspectives that might be less accessible from a more prominent position. Feyd-Rautha's eyebrows rose slightly at this surprisingly direct response. For a moment, Illyra feared she had overstepped, but then the young lord laughed, a sound of genuine amusement rather than the calculated social responses he typically employed. Well said, he acknowledged. You prefer to remain in the shadows, where your observations pass unnoticed until they prove valuable? A prudent strategy, and one I can respect. He moved toward the door, then paused and looked back at her. Continue your current duties for now, but expect to be called upon for more specialized evaluations in the future. Your discretion is assumed. With that, he departed, leaving Illyra alone in the dimly lit chamber. She remained motionless for several long moments, processing the implications of the evening's events. What had begun as a standard banquet service had evolved into a complex web of political maneuvering, attempted assassination, and the dangerous attention of two of House Harkonnen's most formidable figures. More concerning still were the questions left unanswered. Who had truly sent the contaminated wine? What were the broader implications of the diplomatic initiatives she had observed throughout the banquet? And, perhaps most immediately relevant, what role was she now expected to play in Feyd-Rautha's ongoing schemes? Eventually she composed herself and prepared to leave the chamber. The night's formal duties were complete, but the repercussions would continue to unfold in the days and weeks ahead. Whatever came next, she would need to navigate with even greater care than before. As she stepped back into the eastern gallery, Alira noticed that the usual flow of people had diminished considerably. Most guests had departed, and the Harkonnen staff had begun the process of restoring the Great Hall to its standard configuration. Only a few small groups remained, engaged in hushed conversations that would likely shape political realignments across multiple worlds. She was about to make her way toward the staff exit when a movement at the far end of the gallery caught her attention. Lady Margot Fenring stood alone before one of the display cases, apparently absorbed in contemplation of its contents. Something about the Bene Gesserit's posture, however, suggested she was not merely admiring Harkonnen artifact. As Alira approached, intending to pass by with a respectful acknowledgement, Lady Margot spoke without turning. "An interesting evening, was it not, Yanis?" Alira paused, surprised both by the direct address and by the fact that Lady Margot remembered her name from their brief interaction during the banquet. "Indeed, my lady. House Harkonnen prides itself on memorable hospitality." Lady Margot turned then, her perfect features arranged in a pleasant expression that revealed nothing of her true thoughts. "Memorable in various ways, I'm sure." Her gaze traveled over Alira with an assessment so precise it seemed almost tangible. "You handled the wine service with remarkable skill. Such attention to detail must serve you well in all your duties." The emphasis was subtle but unmistakable. Somehow, Lady Margot knew or suspected that Illyri's role extended beyond what her official position suggested. The realization was unsettling. Bene Gesserit perception was legendary, but this level of insight from such limited interaction was extraordinary. "I simply perform as required, my lady," Alira responded, keeping her tone neutral. "House Harkonnen values efficiency." "Efficiency," Lady Margot repeated thoughtfully. "An interesting choice of words. Not excellence or perfection, but efficiency. The optimal use of resources to achieve desired outcomes." A smile touched her lips. "A pragmatic approach that leaves room for adaptation when circumstances change." The conversation had taken on a layered quality that Alira found increasingly difficult to navigate. Every exchange seemed to carry multiple meanings, with implications she could sense but not fully decipher. "Adaptation is necessary for survival," she offered carefully, "particularly in service to a great house." "Indeed it is." Lady Margot's gaze drifted past Alira toward the corridor leading to the receiving chamber, though one must be careful not to adapt so thoroughly that one's true nature becomes obscured. Before Alira could formulate a response to this cryptic observation, Count Fenring appeared at the entrance to the gallery. He approached with his characteristic grace, the slight hum in his speech more pronounced as he addressed his wife. "My dear, our transport awaits. The Baron has extended his farewells most graciously." Lady Margot inclined her head in acknowledgement, then turned back to Alira. "It has been illuminating, Yanis. I suspect our paths may cross again under different circumstances." With that, she joined her husband, leaving Alira with the distinct impression that far more had been communicated in their brief exchange than the words themselves conveyed. The Bene Gesserit were masters of subtle communication and manipulation. Could Lady Margot have been attempting to recruit her, or perhaps warning her, or testing her for some purpose connected to the broader political maneuvers unfolding around House Harkonnen? Troubled by questions she had no immediate way to answer, Alira proceeded to the staff exit, her mind cataloguing and analyzing the evening's events with methodical precision. One thing was becoming increasingly clear. The banquet had not been merely a social gathering or even a standard diplomatic initiative. It represented a pivot point, a realignment of alliances and strategies that would have far-reaching consequences. And somehow, through a combination of circumstance and her own actions, she had become entangled in these machinations far more deeply than her position would typically warrant. The corridors leading to the staff quarters were nearly deserted at this late hour, with only the occasional guard or maintenance worker visible along her route. Illyra maintained a composed exterior despite her inner turmoil, years of Harkonnen service having taught her the value of emotional control in potentially hostile environments. As she rounded a corner near the administrative sector, a shadow detached itself from an alcove, a movement so subtle that she might have missed it had her senses not been heightened by the evening's events. She slowed her pace, hand drifting casually toward the small blade concealed beneath her formal uniform. "There's no need for that," a quiet voice assured her. "If I meant you harm, we wouldn't be having this conversation." The speaker stepped forward, revealing himself as David Jather, the guild security operative she had encountered during the banquet. His formal attire had been exchanged for a simpler, darker outfit that would attract less attention in the service areas of the fortress. "You're in a restricted area," Illyra observed, not relaxing her vigilance despite his assurances. "Guild representatives are required to remain in the diplomatic wing or be escorted by Harkonnen security." Jather smiled thinly. "Hence this conversation taking place in a service corridor rather than a monitored area. I'll be brief, as I'm sure we both prefer to avoid unwanted attention." He produced a small data crystal from his pocket and held it out to her. "This contains information relevant to your extracurricular activities. Consider it a gesture of mutual benefit." Illyra made no move to accept the crystal. "I'm afraid you've mistaken me for someone else. My activities are entirely focused on serving House Harkonnen." "Of course they are," Jather agreed with obvious insincerity. "Just as my activities are entirely focused on standard guild security protocols. We all maintain our necessary fictions, Yanis. The question is whether we can recognize mutually advantageous opportunities when they arise." His direct approach was both unexpected and dangerous. Whatever he believed about her extracurricular activities, openly discussing them within the Harkonnen fortress was an extraordinary risk. Either he was reckless, desperate, or confident enough in his assessment to believe the risk worthwhile. "What makes you think I would be interested in such an opportunity?" she asked carefully. "The same instinct that allows me to identify potential assets in complex environments," he replied. "That, and certain patterns in your travel records, procurement activities, and interactions that suggest a woman of considerable skill operating with multiple layers of purpose." He extended the crystal again. "I'm not asking for anything in return, at least not yet. Consider it an investment in a potentially valuable relationship." The offer was tempting, but fraught with danger. Accepting the crystal could implicate her in whatever game Jather was playing, while refusing might confirm his suspicions about her divided loyalties. After a moment's hesitation, Illyra took the crystal, her decision based on the calculation that refusing would likely provoke more immediate suspicion than accepting. "A wise choice," Jather approved. "Review it when you can be certain of privacy. If the contents prove useful, we can discuss a more formal arrangement during your next visit to Catane." He stepped back, preparing to depart. The third level of the merchant quarter contains an establishment called the Sapphire Chalice. Ask for the reserved tasting room. Without waiting for a response, he slipped away down the corridor, his movements suggesting familiarity with the fortress layout that no visiting guild representative should possess. Illyra remained motionless for several seconds, the data crystal a dangerous weight in her palm. Then, with careful precision, she secreted it within an inner pocket of her uniform, where it would be shielded from standard security scans. The encounter with Jatha had added yet another layer of complexity to an already perilous situation. Whatever information the crystal contained, it represented a commitment she had not sought, and a connection she could not easily sever. The guild operative clearly believed she was more than a simple wine procurement specialist. The question was whether his belief stemmed from accurate intelligence or mistaken assumptions. Either way, her position had become significantly more precarious. Between Feyd-Rath's new interest in her services, De Vries's suspicion, Lady Margot's cryptic observations, and now Jatha's overture, she had drawn far more attention in a single evening than 15 years of careful service had previously generated. As she continued toward her quarters, Illyra's mind worked through potential scenarios and responses. The coming days would require extraordinary caution and adaptability. One misstep could transform her from a valued asset to a disposable liability in the complex hierarchy of House Harkonnen. Yet beneath the pragmatic calculations lay a deeper question that had troubled her with increasing frequency in recent years. How long could one serve a house like the Harkonnens, with their brutality, their treachery, their fundamental disregard for human dignity, before becoming irrevocably tainted by association? She had maintained her internal boundaries thus far, performing her duties with professional detachment while preserving a core of principles that remained uniquely her own. But as she was drawn deeper into the house's inner workings, would those boundaries hold? Or would she gradually transform into the very thing she had silently condemned in others? A willing participant in the Harkonnen machine of power and cruelty. These questions accompanied her as she reached her quarters and secured the door behind her. The room was modest but private, one of the privileges earned through years of reliable service. She conducted a thorough check for surveillance devices, a routine precaution that had become second nature over time. Finding no evidence of monitoring, she retrieved the data crystal from its hiding place. Her personal data reader was a standard model issued to administrative staff, but she had modified it with certain enhancements that allowed for more secure viewing of sensitive information. After activating these security measures, she inserted the crystal and began to review its contents. What she found sent a chill through her despite the room's comfortable temperature. The crystal contained detailed intelligence on a Harkonnen operation that had been developing for months, one she had glimpsed only in fragments through her various sources. A coordinated effort to undermine House Atreides through a complex scheme involving Arrakis, the spice trade, and imperial politics. The level of detail was extraordinary, suggesting either high-level access within House Harkonnen or sophisticated intelligence-gathering capabilities, perhaps both. Names, dates, resource allocations, and preliminary troop movements were all documented with precise annotations. More concerning still was the timeline. According to the Guild intelligence, the operation was accelerating rapidly, with key elements scheduled to be in place within weeks, rather than the months she had previously estimated. If this information was accurate, and the Guild's intelligence networks were renowned for their reliability, then the banquet she had just witnessed took on an entirely new significance. It wasn't merely a diplomatic initiative, but a strategic gathering of potential allies and witnesses, positioning House Harkonnen for the political aftermath of whatever they planned to unleash against the Atreides. The implications extended far beyond the ongoing feud between two great houses. This scheme, with its apparent imperial sanction and guild awareness, could reshape the balance of power throughout the Landsraad and potentially destabilize the carefully maintained equilibrium that had preserved peace within the Imperium for generations. And now, through Jatha's action, she possessed knowledge that could prove fatal if discovered by her Harkonnen masters. Elira closed the files and removed the crystal, considering her options. She could destroy the information and pretend the encounter with Jatha had never occurred, the safest approach in the short term, but one that left her vulnerable to whatever he might do in response to her apparent rejection of his overture. Alternatively, she could report the incident to Harkonnen security, presenting it as an attempted subversion by guild interests. Such a move might earn her credit with the Baron's inner circle, but it would also invite intensive scrutiny of her own activities and place her directly in the crosshairs of guild retribution. Or she could retain the information, evaluate its accuracy against her own sources, and determine her next steps based on a more complete understanding of the unfolding situation. This approach carried its own significant risks, but offered the greatest potential flexibility as events developed. After careful consideration, she chose the third option. Returning the crystal to its hiding place, she began her nightly routine, her movements deliberately calm and measured despite the turmoil in her mind. The Baroque intrigues of House Harkonnen had reached a new level of complexity, and she had been drawn into their gravitational pull more deeply than ever before. As she prepared for sleep, Elira reflected on the strange journey that had brought her to this moment. From humble beginnings on a minor world, through years of service in various Harkonnen operations, to her current precarious position at the intersection of multiple deadly games. It was a path she could never have anticipated, and one that offered no clear way forward. Yet as she settled onto her sleeping platform and dimmed the room's illumination, a certain clarity began to emerge from the confusion of the evening's events. Regardless of the specific machinations unfolding around her, a fundamental shift was occurring within the power structures of the Imperium. House Harkonnen, House Atreides, the Emperor, the Guild, the Bene Gesserit, all were positioning themselves for what might become the most significant realignment in generations. In such turbulent times, survival would require more than mere adaptation. It would demand a willingness to seize opportunities amidst chaos, to navigate treacherous currents with both caution and boldness. The small data crystal hidden in her quarters represented just such an opportunity, dangerous, uncertain, but potentially transformative. As sleep finally claimed her, Elira's last conscious thought was not of fear or anxiety, but of a strange, unexpected sense of anticipation. For 15 years she had served House Harkonnen while maintaining her private reservations about their methods and motives. Perhaps now, as their darkest schemes began to unfold, the time was approaching when those reservations would demand not merely silent acknowledgement, but decisive action. Whatever the coming days might bring, the elaborate dance of doubt and deception she had witnessed at the banquet table had set forces in motion that none could fully control. Not the Baron with his cunning, not Fade Raltha with his ambition, not even the Emperor with his legions of Sardaukar. In such uncertainty lay both grave danger and rare opportunity. And as the darkness of sleep enveloped her, Elira Yanis, wine procurement specialist, careful observer, and more, descended into dreams filled with banquet halls where shadows whispered secrets and every cup held both promise and peril. Let our journey through the shadowed world of House Harkonnen continue, my drowsy travelers. Tonight we turn our attention to a different sort of darkness, one that blooms in secret, nurtured by artificial light and specialized care. As you drift closer to slumber, Imagine with me the strange beauty that can exist even in the harshest environments, and the quiet struggle of conscience that accompanies such rare blooms. Close your eyes and let us visit the greenhouse where black orchids grow beneath the watchful gaze of their Harkonnen masters. On the industrial world of Giedi Prime, where factory smoke perpetually dimmed the sky and chemical runoff tainted most waterways, beauty was a rare and precious commodity. Yet, deep within a secured compound of House Harkonnen, hidden from the casual observer, there existed a place of surprising wonder. A vast greenhouse complex where plants from across the known universe were cultivated under carefully controlled conditions. Most were grown for practical purposes, medicinal herbs too delicate to import in preserved form, poisonous varieties used in the creation of specialized toxins, even select food plants reserved exclusively for the Baron's table. But in one isolated section of the complex, separated from the rest by multiple security checkpoints, grew specimens cultivated purely for prestige and private pleasure, the legendary black orchids of House Harkonnen. It was to this rarefied environment that Sarah Vex found herself summoned on a grey morning in late autumn. A respected botanical geneticist whose research focused on plant adaptations to extreme environments, Sarah had built a modest reputation at the Imperial Botanical Institute on Kaitane. She had never expected, nor particularly wanted, to draw the attention of a great house, especially one with the Harkonnens' notorious reputation. Yet here she stood, being escorted through successive security barriers by a silent guard whose blue uniform bore the griffin emblem of House Harkonnen. They had provided no explanation when they appeared at her laboratory 3 days earlier, simply presenting her with formal travel documents and instructions to pack for an extended stay. The summons was technically a request rather than a command, but few were foolish enough to refuse House Harkonnen when they expressed interest in one's services. The final door hissed open, revealing an antechamber where a tall, thin man in a lab coat awaited. His skin was the unhealthy pallor common to many long-term residents of Giedi Prime, but his eyes were sharp and evaluating as they took Syrah's measure. "Dr. Vex," he greeted her, his voice as precise and sterile as a laboratory instrument. "I am Dr. Erold Sonden, lead researcher for the Midnight Bloom Project. Your credentials are impressive, particularly your work on adaptive genomics in low-light plant species." Sarah inclined her head in acknowledgement, maintaining a professional demeanor despite her unease. "Thank you, Dr. Sonden. Though I confess I'm unclear about why my expertise would be of interest to House Harkonnen." A thin smile crossed Zordan's face. "Clarity will come with observation, if you'll follow me." He turned without waiting for a response, approaching another sealed door that required both retinal and voice identification to open. Beyond it lay a short corridor that terminated in yet another security barrier, this one incorporating a decontamination field that tingled across Sarah's skin as they passed through. And then, suddenly, they were inside the greenhouse proper, and Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The space was vast, at least 30 meters across and twice that in length, with a vaulted ceiling of polarized glass that filtered the weak Jedi Prime sunlight into something softer and more diffuse. Supplementary lighting came from specialized lamps suspended at strategic intervals, their spectrum carefully calibrated to provide optimal growing conditions. The air was warm and humid, carrying complex scents of earth, water, and the subtle perfume of living plants, a stark contrast to the metallic tang that permeated most of the planet's atmosphere. But it was what grew within this carefully maintained environment that truly captured Sarah's attention. Row upon row of plants, each in its own cultivation chamber, with individualized atmospheric controls, soil composition, and nutrient systems. and every single one bore flowers of such deep black that they seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Blossoms of spectacular complexity and beauty, some as small as her thumbnail, others larger than her outstretched hand. Or Lux nigricans. Sondern identified them, watching her reaction closely. The black orchid of Lankavel, though these specimens are many generations removed from their wild ancestors. House Harkonnen has cultivated them for over 7 centuries, developing specialized varieties with enhanced characteristics. Sarah moved closer to the nearest specimen, her professional interest temporarily overcoming her wariness. The flower was exquisite, 5 pointed petals arranged around a complex central structure, all in that same light-absorbing black that seemed almost to create a void in space. But there was more to it than mere coloration. Subtle, iridescent patterns shimmered across the petals when viewed from certain angles, creating an almost hypnotic effect. "Magnificent," she murmured, genuinely impressed despite herself. "I've only seen references to these in specialist literature. The pigmentation density must be extraordinary to achieve that level of light absorption." "Indeed." Sondern gestured toward one of the workstations positioned between the rows of cultivation chambers. "The anthocyan in concentration is approximately 300% higher than in any naturally occurring plant species, and that's merely the most obvious of their unique characteristics." He activated a display screen that showed microscopic imagery of the plant's cellular structure. The Midnight Bloom project focuses on enhancing and stabilizing certain genetic traits that have emerged through selective breeding. However, in the past 2 growing cycles we've encountered difficulties with phenotype expression and bloom sustainability. The screen shifted to show comparative images of healthy specimens versus plants exhibiting signs of stress. Withered petals, discolored stems, and abnormal growth patterns. Sarah studied the data with professional interest, noting the significant deviation between expected and actual development. "These are classic indicators of genomic instability," she observed, "possibly due to accumulated mutations from intensive selective breeding. Without seeing your full genetic sequencing data, I couldn't say for certain, but—" "Which is precisely why you're here," Sondern interrupted. "Your expertise in genomic stabilization for specialized plant varieties is unmatched within the Imperium. The Baron expects you to identify the source of the instability and develop a remedy." The bluntness of the statement, not a request but a clear directive, reminded Sarah of her precarious position. Whatever scientific fascination these plants held, she remained an outsider brought to Giedi Prime at the whim of House Harkonnen. Her cooperation was assumed rather than requested. "I'll need complete access to your breeding records and genetic sequencing data," she said after a moment, "and permission to take samples from multiple specimens for comparative analysis." "All will be provided," Sondern assured her. "You'll have a dedicated laboratory adjacent to this facility, with equipment equivalent to what you're accustomed to on K-Time. Your temporary quarters have been prepared in the research staff wing." He gestured toward a young woman who had appeared silently at a nearby workstation. "Leah will serve as your assistant and guide while you acclimate to our facilities. She's thoroughly familiar with our protocols and the orchid's maintenance requirements." Leah was perhaps in her mid-20s, with the same pallor as Sondern but softer features and eyes that held something Sarah couldn't quite identify. Caution, perhaps, or concealed wariness. She bowed slightly, her movements precise and economical. "A pleasure to meet you, Dr. Vex," she said, her voice surprisingly gentle for someone working within a Harkonnen facility. "I've prepared the baseline data for your review whenever you're ready to begin." Sondern checked a notification on his personal communicator, then nodded briskly. I'm required elsewhere. Laia will show you to your quarters and laboratory. We expect a preliminary assessment report within 5 standard days." With that, he departed, leaving Sarah with her new assistant amidst the rows of black orchids. For a moment, neither spoke, the only sounds being the soft hum of environmental systems and the occasional drip of condensation from the irrigation apparatus. "They're beautiful, aren't they?" Laia finally said, her gaze moving over the rows of dark blooms. "Even after working with them for 3 years, I still find myself stopping sometimes just to look." There was a genuine appreciation in her tone that Sarah found somewhat reassuring. At least one person in this facility saw these plants as more than status symbols or research subjects. "They are extraordinary," she agreed. "Though I confess I'm curious why House Harkonnen invests so heavily in ornamental horticulture. It seems at odds with their usual priorities." Leah's expression remained carefully neutral, but her eyes flickered briefly toward the nearest security scanner before she responded. "The Baron appreciates rare and beautiful things," she said, her words measured. "And House Harkonnen has maintained these orchids since their earliest days on Lankivale. They're as much a part of the family legacy as their Griffon emblem." The answer was diplomatic and revealed nothing beyond what might be found in a public record. Sarah nodded, recognizing the subtext. Certain topics were best not discussed where they might be overheard. "I'd like to see the laboratory set up before retiring to my quarters," she decided. "The sooner I understand what I'm working with, the more efficiently I can proceed." "Of course," Leah gestured toward a doorway at the far end of the greenhouse. "This way, please." As they walked between the rows of cultivation chambers, Sarah took the opportunity to observe the orchids more closely. Despite their superficial similarity, that striking black coloration being their most obvious shared trait, she noted significant variation in size, petal structure, and growing patterns. Some thrived in conditions that mimicked Lankivale's cool, damp environment, while others had clearly been adapted for warmer or drier conditions. "How many distinct varieties are currently in cultivation?" she asked. 23 active lines," Laia answered promptly, though the Midnight Bloom project focuses primarily on 7 key varieties that express the traits Dr. Sondon considers most valuable. "And those traits would be," again that momentary hesitation, "almost imperceptible. Intense pigmentation, extended bloom duration, enhanced pollen viability, and," she paused, "certain specialized chemical properties." Before Sarah could ask for clarification, they reached the laboratory entrance. Unlike the greenhouse with its humid warmth and organic scents, the lab was cool, sterile, and brightly lit, a space optimized for precision work rather than comfort. Multiple workstations equipped with advanced analysis tools lined the walls, while the center of the room featured a large examination table with attached imaging systems. "This is quite impressive," Sarah admitted, surveying the equipment. Much of it was newer and more sophisticated than what she had access to at the Imperial Botanical Institute, representing a significant investment on House Harkonnen's part. "The Baron ensures we have whatever resources necessary to achieve our objectives," Leah said, her tone neutral. "Your personal authorization has been added to the system, giving you access to all standard equipment and data archives. Certain restricted files will require Dr. Sondon's approval." She indicated a data terminal near the primary workstation. "I've compiled the baseline information here, including 5 years of cultivation records, genetic sequencing for all current varieties, and detailed documentation of the recent stability issues." Sarah moved to the terminal and began reviewing the files, quickly absorbed in the scientific data. The genetic structure of the orchids was remarkably complex, with evidence of careful manipulation across many generations. Whoever had overseen their development in previous centuries had possessed a sophisticated understanding of plant genetics, despite working without the advanced tools available to modern researchers. "This is extraordinary work," she murmured, almost to herself. "The foundational gene sequences have been stabilized in ways I wouldn't have thought possible with historical techniques." As she delved deeper into the records, however, she began to notice patterns that raised questions. Certain genetic modifications appeared to have been prioritized over basic health and reproductive stability, choices that seemed counterproductive from a purely horticultural perspective. In particular, the emphasis on specialized alkaloid production in some variants suggested purposes beyond mere ornamental value. Sierra glanced up to find Laia watching her with an unreadable expression. "These alkaloid compounds, I don't recognize their structure. What function do they serve in the plant?" Lia's response was careful, almost rehearsed. "The compounds are unique to these orchid varieties and of particular interest to Dr. Sonden's research team. Their practical applications are still being evaluated." It was a non-answer, and both women knew it. But before Sarah could press further, the laboratory door slid open to admit a young man in a technician's uniform, carrying a sealed container marked with biohazard symbols. "The weekly samples from Section 7, as requested," he announced, placing the container on a designated receiving area. His gaze flickered curiously towards Sarah before returning to Lia. "Dr. Sonden wants to know if the new sequence modifications have been implemented yet. Please inform Dr. Sonden that Dr. Vex has just arrived and is still reviewing the baseline data," Lia replied with professional detachment. "Implementation timelines will be established once her initial assessment is complete." The technician nodded and departed, but the brief exchange had added another piece to the puzzle Ciro was assembling. Section 7 was not listed in any of the facility documentation she had reviewed thus far, and the biohazard markings on the sample container suggested applications far removed from ornamental horticulture. As the evening progressed, Sarah continued her review of the orchid genetics, while Laia provided additional context and explanation for the data. The more Sarah learned, the more fascinated she became with the plants themselves, and the more concerned about the possible intentions behind their cultivation. The black orchids were not merely beautiful, they were marvels of botanical engineering, with capabilities that stretched the boundaries of what plant life should theoretically be able to achieve. Their cells could synthesize compounds of extraordinary complexity, far beyond what was necessary for their own survival, and the most recently developed varieties appeared to be optimized for producing these compounds in unprecedented quantities. By the time Laia finally suggested they break for the evening, Sarah's professional curiosity was fully engaged, despite her misgivings about House Harkonnen's ultimate objectives. She allowed herself to be escorted to her assigned quarters, comfortable though Spartan accommodations located within the research complex, with her mind still processing the wealth of information she had absorbed. The room contained basic amenities, a small food preparation area, and a communication terminal that Laia explained would connect her only to approved channels within the facility. The message was clear. Her movements and communications would be monitored and restricted throughout her stay. "Rest well, Dr. Vex," Laia said as she prepared to leave. "Your meal allocation has been programmed into the dispensary, and fresh attire has been provided in the storage unit." She hesitated at the doorway, then added in a slightly lower voice, "The orchids are most active in their metabolic processes during the night cycle. Many researchers find that the quiet evening hours provide unique opportunities for observation. With that cryptic suggestion, she departed, leaving Sarah alone with her thoughts. The subtle emphasis in Lia's final statement had seemed deliberate, almost like an invitation or a warning, but what exactly had the young woman been trying to communicate? After a simple meal from the dispensary, Sarah attempted to organize her impressions and questions. The black orchids were clearly more than ornamental plants, despite their beauty. The genetic modifications, the specialized compounds they produced, the high security surrounding the facility, all pointed to applications beyond mere prestige or botanical interest. Yet House Harkonnen had brought her here openly, under her own name, and provided her with extensive access to their research data. Whatever they were developing, they evidently needed her legitimate expertise to resolve the genomic instability issues. This gave her a certain leverage, limited though it might be. As the facility's nighttime cycle began, with lighting in the corridors dimming to simulation of evening, Sarah made her decision. Rather than retiring to sleep, she changed into the provided work attire and made her way back to the laboratory. If Leah's hint had been what she suspected, the evening hours might indeed provide opportunities for discoveries that would not be possible during the day. The corridors were largely deserted, with only occasional security personnel visible on their regular patrols. Sarah's access card admitted her to the laboratory without incident, but rather than activating the main lighting, she opted for the dimmer task illumination at a single workstation. This would attract less attention while providing sufficient light for her purposes. She began by reviewing the restricted sections of the data archives, using the higher access clearance she had been granted as lead consultant. Most contained what she expected: more detailed genetic sequencing information, experimental crossbreeding records, failed development lines. But one secure folder caught her attention: Project Midnight Phase 3 Practical Applications. This, she discovered, required additional authorization beyond what she had been granted, but the very existence of such a folder confirmed her suspicions that the orchids were being developed for specific practical purposes, rather than purely ornamental ones. Turning away from the computer terminal, Sarah decided to observe the orchids directly during their nighttime metabolic phase, as Laia had suggested. She moved quietly through the connecting corridor back into the main greenhouse, where the environmental systems had adjusted to a nocturnal cycle with reduced lighting and modified temperature gradients. In the dimmer illumination, the black orchids appeared even more striking, their light-absorbing petals creating distinct voids against the background. But what caught Sarah's attention was a subtle luminescence, visible along the central structures of some blossoms, a faint blue-violet glow that had not been apparent during daylight hours. Moving closer to one of the specimens, she observed the phenomenon with growing fascination. The bioluminescence appeared to be concentrated in specialized glandular structures near the plant's reproductive organs, pulsing with a slow, almost rhythmic pattern. According to the facility's records, this characteristic had been enhanced and stabilized across several breeding generations. But to what end? As she moved deeper into the greenhouse, examining different varieties to compare their luminescent properties, Sarah became aware that she was not alone. A figure stood in the shadows between two rows of cultivation chambers, watching her. For a moment, her heart raced with alarm, but then the figure stepped forward, revealing itself to be Leah. "You understood my suggestion?" the younger woman observed quietly, moving to join Sarah beside one of the glowing specimens. "It seemed worth investigating," Ciro replied, studying Leia's face in the dim light, "though I suspect you had specific reasons for directing me here during the night cycle." Leah glanced toward the nearest security scanner, then gestured for Sierra to follow her toward a section at the far end of the greenhouse where the monitoring equipment appeared less comprehensive. When they reached a relatively secluded spot beside a tank of specialized nutrient solution, she spoke in a low voice. The bioluminescence is tied to the plant's production of certain compounds, the same compounds Dr. Sondon is so interested in maximizing. But the recent genetic modifications have pushed the orchids beyond their natural stability thresholds. They're dying, and the Baron is displeased with the lack of progress. What are the compounds used for? Sierra asked directly, sensing this might be her only opportunity for honest answers. Leah's expression grew troubled. Various applications. Some are being tested as psychoactive agents for interrogation purposes. Others have potential as highly specialized toxins, undetectable by standard screening methods and capable of targeting specific biological systems, while leaving others intact. The confirmation of her worst suspicion sent a chill through Sierra. House Harkonnen was developing these beautiful plants as sources of refined biological weapons, poisons and mind-altering substances that could be deployed against political rivals or used in their notorious interrogation programs. "And you're telling me this because?" she prompted when Leia fell silent. "Because you need to understand what you're really being asked to do," Leia replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Sondon presented this as a problem of ornamental horticulture, but what they truly want is to push these plants even further beyond their natural limitations, to maximize the production of these compounds without regard for the long-term viability of the species. Sarah considered this information carefully. "Yet you work here, supporting these objectives." "I was assigned here after completing my botanical studies," Leah explained, a hint of bitterness entering her tone. "Like most Giedi Prime citizens, I have limited choice in my placement. I maintain the plants as best I can, trying to preserve their health and beauty despite," she gestured vaguely, "despite everything else." The revelation painted Leah in a new light. Not a willing collaborator in Harkonnen's schemes, but someone attempting to maintain her own ethical boundaries within a system that offered few choices. It was a position Sarah could understand all too well, given her own involuntary recruitment. "The genomic instability is real," Sarah observed. "If they continue forcing these evolutionary pathways, they'll lose the entire cultivar line eventually." "That's what I've tried to explain to Dr. Sondon," Liar agreed. "But he's under pressure from the Baron's inner circle to deliver results. The Black Orchid toxins have already been used in at least 2 high-profile assassinations, though of course that isn't in any official record." The casual mention of assassination sent another chill through Sarah. The beautiful plants surrounding them had already been weaponized, their unique biological properties turned to deadly purpose. And now she was being asked to help refine them further, to make them more efficient tools for Harkonnen's schemes. "What happens if I refuse to cooperate?" she asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. Leah's expression confirmed her fears. "No one brought to Giedi Prime by House Harkonnen simply walks away, Dr. Vex. The best you can hope for is to complete your assigned tasks successfully and be returned to your previous position. Refusal would be unwise." The stark reality of her situation settled over Sarah like a weight. She had been summoned not as a respected scientist, but as a tool, one to be used and then discarded once her purpose was fulfilled. Yet, within these constraints, perhaps there remained some room for personal integrity. "I understand," she said finally. "Thank you for your candor. It's better to know exactly what one is dealing with." Leah nodded, then glanced toward the entrance. We should return to our quarters soon. The night security sweep will begin in approximately 30 minutes. But, she hesitated. If you wish to continue your observations, Section 4 contains the most genetically stable specimens. They might offer insights into preserving the orchid's health while managing the Baron's expectation. With that, she slipped away, leaving Sarah alone amidst the softly glowing black blossoms. For several long moments, the botanist remained motionless, absorbing the complex ethical dilemma she now faced. Then, with renewed purpose, she moved towards Section 4 to examine the specimens Leah had indicated. The orchids in this section were indeed different from those she had examined earlier, slightly smaller but with a more robust structure and steadier bioluminescent patterns. According to the data tags on their cultivation chambers, these represented an older genetic line, developed before the recent push for increased toxin production. Sarah studied them with careful attention, comparing their characteristics to the more heavily modified varieties. The differences were subtle but significant, evidence of a more balanced approach to genetic enhancement that prioritized overall health alongside specialized traits. As she worked, a plan began to form in her mind. She could not refuse the Harkonnens outright, but perhaps she could guide their project in a direction that achieved their stated goals while avoiding the worst potential outcomes. If she could develop a stabilization protocol that preserved the orchid's health while moderating rather than maximizing their toxin production, she might satisfy Sonden's requirements without becoming directly complicit in creating more effective weapons. It would be a delicate balance, appearing to serve Harkonnen interests while subtly redirecting them toward less harmful outcomes. The risks were considerable, but the alternative, straightforward cooperation with their deadly ambitions, was not one her conscience could accept. When the security sweep began, Sarah returned to her quarters, her mind still working through the scientific and ethical complexities of what lay ahead. Sleep came fitfully, her dreams filled with black flowers that pulsed with hypnotic light, whispering secrets she could almost but not quite understand. The following days established a routine that allowed Sarah to gradually implement her carefully balanced approach. During regular hours, she worked diligently on analyzing the genomic instability issues, presenting Sonden with technically accurate but deliberately incomplete assessments. In the quieter evening hours, often with Leah's tacit assistance, she conducted her own parallel investigations, focused on the healthier, more balanced orchid varieties. Sonden, for his part, maintained a coldly professional demeanor, clearly more interested in results than in Sarah herself. He reviewed her progress reports with clinical detachment, occasionally pressing for faster implementation of stabilization protocols, but otherwise allowing her significant autonomy in her research approach. "Your preliminary findings align with our expectations," he informed her on the fourth day, after reviewing her latest data submission. "The Baron will be pleased to know that the production issues can be addressed without compromising the specialized traits." Sarah had chosen her words in that report with extreme care, walking the fine line between truth and misdirection. The genomic instability appears to stem from accumulated stress factors rather than fundamental design flaws, she explained. With targeted modifications to certain regulatory sequences, we should be able to improve overall viability without sacrificing the plant's unique capability. What she didn't explicitly state was that her approach would inevitably moderate those unique capabilities, trading maximum toxin production for greater sustainability. The orchids would remain potent. She couldn't prevent that entirely without raising immediate suspicion, but they would not become the intensified weapons that Sondon clearly envisioned. Proceed with implementing these modifications on test specimens from cultivation groups 3 and 7, Zoldman instructed. I want comparative metabolic analysis within 5 days. After he departed, Lyra approached Sarah's workstation with a data tablet containing updated environmental readings from the greenhouse. Dr. Sondon seems satisfied with your approach, she observed quietly. For now, Sarah agreed, keeping her tone neutral for the benefit of any listening devices. The preliminary genomic adjustments should yield measurable improvements in overall plant health. What remained unspoken between them was their shared understanding of what Sarah was actually attempting, a careful scientific subversion that might go undetected until she was safely away from Giedi Prime. If successful, the Harkonnens would be left with more stable but less lethal orchid varieties, their weapons program subtly undermined from within. That evening, as Sarah worked late in the laboratory, the door slid open to admit an unexpected visitor. A heavy-set man in the formal uniform of a Harkonnen house official. His insignia marked him as a member of the Baron's personal staff, and his expression suggested he was not accustomed to being kept waiting. Dr. Vex, he greeted her brusquely. I am Chamberlain Hassie. The Baron requests your presence immediately. The summons sent a jolt of alarm through Sarah. Had her subtle sabotage been discovered already? Or was this simply the Baron's way of asserting control, reminding her who ultimately commanded her work? Of course, she replied, maintaining outward composure as she saved her current analysis and prepared to follow the Chamberlain. May I ask the purpose of this meeting? The Baron does not share his purposes with intermediaries, Hassie replied stiffly. You will be informed of what you need to know when you need to know it. The Chamberlain led her through sections of the facility she had not previously accessed, eventually arriving at a private elevator that required his personal authorization to activate. As they ascended, Sarah fought to control her growing apprehension. Meeting Baron Vladimir Harkonnen face to face had not been part of her expectations when she was brought to Giedi Prime. The elevator opened onto a level that bore little resemblance to the utilitarian research facilities below. Here, the corridors were wider, their walls adorned with ornate decorations and artwork that displayed the wealth and power of House Harkonnen. Guards in formal uniforms stood at attention at regular intervals, their expressions impassive, as Sarah was escorted past. Finally, they reached an imposing doorway flanked by 2 particularly large and heavily armed guards. The Chamberlain announced their arrival, and after a brief communication through his collar device, the doors slid open to reveal the Baron's private conservatory. The space was vast and surprisingly beautiful, a domed chamber with transparent ceiling panels that offered a view of Giedi Prime's night sky, rarely visible through the planet's perpetual industrial haze. Artificial lighting was provided by discrete fixtures that mimicked natural moonlight, casting a soft glow over the collection of rare plants arranged throughout the space. And there, suspended in the center of the room by anti-gravity suspensors that compensated for his enormous bulk, was Baron Vladimir Harkonnen himself. Though Sarah had seen images of the Baron before, they had not prepared her for the reality of his physical presence. The grotesque obesity, the floating mobility that should have seemed ungainly but instead conveyed an unsettling grace, and above all the keen intelligence that burned in his small eyes, belying his corpulent appearance. Dr. Vex, he greeted her, his voice surprisingly melodious for one of his size. How kind of you to join me at this late hour. I trust your work proceeds satisfactorily? Sarah bowed with appropriate deference, her scientific training helping her maintain professional composure despite her inner turmoil. The genomic stabilization protocols are advancing on schedule, my Lord Baron. Dr. Sondon can provide you with the detailed reports if you wish. Oh, I've reviewed Sondon's reports, the Baron assured her, maneuvering himself with disturbing elegance toward a particularly striking display of plants. But I find that official documentation often lacks nuance. The true state of scientific progress is generally best assessed directly from the researcher. He gestured toward the plants before him. Black orchids of a variety Sarah had not seen in the main greenhouse, their blossoms larger and their bioluminescence more pronounced than any specimens she had yet encountered. My personal collection, the finest examples of what House Harkonnen has achieved through centuries of careful cultivation. Beautiful, are they not? Extraordinary, Sarah agreed honestly, her botanical interest temporarily overriding her wariness. These specimens displayed a harmonious balance between specialized traits and overall health that the main research collection lacked. The luminescent patterning is remarkably symmetric. I haven't seen this variety in the research greenhouse. Because they aren't there, the Baron confirmed, watching her reaction closely. These are from the original Lankivale stock, maintained according to the traditional methods established by my ancestors. Sondon and his team work with more specialized derivatives. The implications of this statement were not lost on Sarah. The Baron maintained his own separate collection, cultivated according to different principles than those guiding the research project. Whether this represented genuine appreciation for the plants themselves, or simply a desire to preserve valuable genetic stock, it suggested a more nuanced understanding than she had attributed to him. The specimens in the research facility have been heavily modified, she observed carefully. The genomic instability issues likely stem from accumulated stress factors, caused by pushing evolutionary pathways too rapidly. Indeed, the Baron's small eyes studied her with disconcerting intensity. Sondon is brilliant but impatient. He sees these living artworks as mere production facilities for chemical compounds, a short-sighted approach that threatens the very resource he seeks to exploit. He maneuvered closer to her, close enough that she could detect the faint scent of expensive spice-based cologne overlaying the medical odors associated with his condition. Do you know why House Harkonnen has maintained these orchids through centuries of our history, Dr. Vex? Through wars and relocations, political upheavals and personal tragedies. When Sarah shook her head, he continued, his voice taking on an almost reverential quality. Because they embody principles that have guided our house since its founding. Beauty and lethality in perfect balance. The capacity to thrive in hostile environments. The patience to develop slowly but inexorably toward one's ultimate purpose. He gestured expansively toward his collection. The black orchids were never meant to be mere weapons or status symbols. They are living embodiments of Harkonnen philosophy, a reminder of who we are and what we can achieve through careful cultivation of power over generation. The Baron's perspective was unexpected and unsettling in its depth. Sarah had anticipated dealing with callous exploitation of the orchid's lethal potential, not this almost spiritual connection to their symbolic significance. It complicated her understanding of what she was confronting on Giti Prime. Then you would prefer approaches that preserve the orchid's intrinsic characteristics rather than maximizing short-term yield, she suggested, testing the waters. Precisely. The Baron's smile did not reach his eyes. Sondon's recent failures stem from prioritizing immediate results over sustainable development. His modified varieties produce impressive quantities of the compounds we value, but at the cost of the plant's fundamental integrity. An unacceptable trade-off in the long term. He floated back slightly, studying her with that same unsettling intensity. Which is why your arrival is so fortuitous, Dr. Vex. Your reputation suggests a researcher who understands the delicate balance required when working with highly specialized biological systems. Someone who might appreciate that true power lies in sustainability rather than momentary advantage. The conversation had taken a turn Sarah had not anticipated. The Baron appeared to be advocating for essentially the same approach she had secretly planned, moderating the extreme modifications in favor of greater stability and balance. But could his stated position be trusted? Or was this merely another layer of manipulation, designed to test her responses? My analysis does suggest that a more balanced approach would benefit the project's long-term viability, she acknowledged cautiously. The current genomic instability threatens not just individual specimens but the entire cultivar line. Restoring certain regulatory functions would improve overall health while still maintaining the specialized traits, albeit perhaps at somewhat reduced intensity. The Baron nodded, seemingly satisfied with her assessment. Implement these recommendations with Sonden's team. He has been instructed to grant you whatever resources you require. He paused, then added with casual menace, I expect results that honor the legacy these orchids represent. House Harkonnen values those who understand our priorities and remembers those who disappoint us. With that implicit threat hanging in the air, he signaled to the Chamberlain that the audience was concluded. Sarah was escorted back to the research level, her mind racing to process this unexpected development. The Baron's apparent alignment with her own approach was both promising and deeply suspicious. If genuine, it suggested she might accomplish her goals without the dangerous deception she had planned. But his reputation for manipulative cruelty made it difficult to accept his statements at face value. When she returned to the laboratory, Sarah found Leah waiting anxiously. You were summoned to the Baron? The younger woman asked, her voice hushed and fearful. What happened? Sarah described the strange encounter, watching Leah's expression shift from alarm to cautious hope. So he actually prefers the more balanced approach. That would mean... She trailed off, seemingly afraid to articulate the possibility. It would mean we might be able to implement a genuinely sustainable cultivation protocol. Sarah completed the thought carefully, one that preserves the orchid's health while maintaining their specialized properties at moderate levels. Leah's expression remained guarded. The Baron rarely takes direct interest in research projects. That he summoned you personally. She shook her head slightly. It likely means your work is being scrutinized at the highest levels. Which could be either advantageous or disastrous, Sarah acknowledged. If the Baron truly values sustainability over maximum yield, my approach aligns with his priorities. But if this is some kind of test, she left the implication hanging. Both women understood the precarious nature of their position within the Harkonnen power structure. The slightest misstep could have fatal consequences, particularly now that Sarah had drawn the Baron's personal attention. We should proceed with the original stabilization protocol, Leah suggested after a moment of consideration, but perhaps with some adjustments to reflect this new information. Sarah nodded in agreement. Let's focus on the specimens from Section 4 as our primary model. They demonstrate the best balance between specialized traits and overall genomic stability. Over the next several days, they worked with renewed purpose, implementing modifications to the most unstable orchid varieties. Sonden, seemingly informed of the Baron's direct interest, granted Sarah expanded access to the facility's resources and research archives. This included previously restricted files that provided deeper insight into the historical development of the Black Orchids. What she discovered both fascinated and disturbed her. The orchids had indeed been part of House Harkonnen's legacy since their earliest days on Lancavel, originally cultivated for their rarity and beauty. But over centuries, successive generations of Harkonnen botanists had recognized and enhanced their unique biochemical properties, gradually transforming them from ornamental curiosities into sophisticated biological resources. The applications had evolved as well, from simple medicinal compounds to complex toxins and psychoactive agents. Early records describe their use in treating certain neurological conditions common on Lancavel, while later documents detailed more sinister applications, specialized poisons that could mimic natural deaths, substances that enhance susceptibility to suggestion during interrogations, even compounds that induced specific psychological states useful for manipulating political rivals. Most disturbing were the recent experimental notes from Section 7, the area still hadn't been granted access to. These described human trials of concentrated orchid extracts, documenting their effects on volunteer subjects with clinical detachment. The euphemisms couldn't disguise the reality, prisoners or slaves being used as test subjects for increasingly potent formulation. As she absorbed this information, Sarah refined her approach to the stabilization project. Working primarily during the night cycle when supervision was minimal, she implemented modifications that subtly altered the orchid's most dangerous properties while appearing to enhance their overall vigor and sustainability. It was delicate work requiring precise genetic adjustments that would restore the plant's natural regulatory systems without obviously reducing their toxin production. To counter potential suspicion, she also developed several genuinely improved cultivation protocols that increased the plant's overall health and reproductive capacity, benefits that would be immediately apparent to Sondon and his team. Liar provided crucial assistance, handling routine monitoring that allowed Sarah to focus on the more complex genetic modifications. The younger woman's knowledge of the facility's scheduling and security protocols also helped them avoid unwanted scrutiny during their more sensitive work phases. On the 10th night of their collaboration, as they carefully adjusted nutrient balances for a newly modified specimen batch, Leah spoke in a hushed voice that wouldn't carry to the monitoring systems. If this works, if we can redirect the research toward more balanced varieties, what happens afterward? When your assignment here is complete, the question cut to the heart of something Sarah had been avoiding contemplating too directly. Success might mean survival and return to her previous position, but it also meant leaving behind the deadly orchids and people like Leia in Harkonnen hands. I don't know, she admitted. If the Baron is satisfied with my work, I presume I'll be returned to the Imperial Botanical Institute. But the knowledge I've gained here, she gestured toward the glowing black blossoms surrounding them. It's not something I can simply forget. Liar nodded, understanding the unspoken concern. Knowledge is difficult to control, even for House Harkonnen. Perhaps someday it will prove useful in unexpected ways. The cryptic comment hung between them as they completed their work for the night. As they were preparing to return to their quarters, however, the greenhouse entrance slid open to admit Dr. Zonden, an unusual occurrence during the night cycle. Dr. Vex, he greeted her with cold formality. I've been reviewing your most recent modification protocols. The preliminary results are impressive. The test specimens show significant improvement in viability metrics while maintaining appropriate compound production levels. His tone suggested this outcome was both expected and satisfactory, which eased some of Sarah's immediate concerns. The genomic adjustments are stabilizing as projected, she confirmed. The plant's natural regulatory systems are reasserting control over metabolic processes without compromising specialized pathways. Sondon nodded, his gaze moving over the glowing orchids with clinical assessment rather than appreciation. The Baron has requested a comprehensive demonstration of your progress tomorrow evening. You will prepare a complete presentation on the stabilization methodology and projected outcomes, with particular emphasis on long-term sustainability. The announcement sent a flutter of anxiety through Sarah. A formal presentation meant greater scrutiny of her work, including aspects she had deliberately kept ambiguous in her written reports. Of course, she agreed, keeping her voice steady. Will there be specific aspects the Baron wishes me to highlight? Focus on the comparative genomics between traditional and modified varieties, Solden instructed. The Baron has a sentimental attachment to the historical specimens. He will want assurance that your stabilization protocols honor that legacy while addressing the current production requirements. After Gendem departed, Blyer turned to Sidda with poorly concealed concern. A formal presentation is unusual for visiting researchers. The Baron must have specific intentions regarding your work. Or regarding me, Sarah observed grimly. This could be the final evaluation before deciding whether I fulfilled my purpose here, or become a liability to be eliminated. The stark assessment hung in the air between them, neither woman able to offer reassurance against a possibility they both recognized as real. House Harkonnen's treatment of those who had outlived their usefulness was notorious throughout the Imperium. Then we must ensure the presentation exceeds expectations, Leah said finally. The stabilization results are genuine, even if some of our methods have been selectively implemented. They worked late into the night, preparing comprehensive documentation of the stabilization protocols and their outcomes. Sarah was careful to emphasize the aspects that aligned with what she now understood of the Baron's priorities. Sustainability, balance between specialized traits and overall health, preservation of the orchid's unique characteristics without sacrificing their long-term viability. By morning, they had assembled a presentation that showcased the legitimate improvements while subtly obscuring the ways in which Syrah had moderated the plant's more dangerous properties. Whether it would satisfy the Baron remained to be seen, but it represented their best effort at navigating the dangerous currents of Harkonnen politics. Throughout the following day, Sierra continued refining her presentation while monitoring the latest test results from the modified specimens. The data confirmed what she had hoped. The orchids were indeed stabilizing, their genomic integrity strengthening, while their most extreme toxic properties moderated to more sustainable levels. As evening approached, Chamberlain Hassie arrived to escort her once again to the Baron's private conservatory. This time, however, she was instructed to bring her complete research materials and demonstration samples. Clear indication that this would be a thorough examination of her work, rather than another philosophical discussion. The conservatory had been rearranged since her previous visit, with a presentation area established near the Baron's personal orchid collection. Several high-ranking Harkonnen officials were present, including Sondon and two severe-looking individuals whose insignia marked them as members of the Baron's Inner Security Council. Dr. Vex, the Baron greeted her, floating at the center of the assembled group. We are eager to hear how you have addressed the challenges presented by our precious orchids. Please enlighten us. With that deceptively gracious invitation, Sarah began her presentation. She moved methodically through the genomic analysis, stabilization methodology, and observable outcomes, using the specimen samples she had brought to illustrate key points. Throughout, she emphasized how her approach honored the orchid's historical development while addressing the recent instability issues. The fundamental genomic architecture established by your ancestors was remarkable in its elegant balance, she explained, displaying comparative genetic maps on the presentation screen. The recent production issues stemmed not from flaws in this foundation, but from cumulative stress caused by accelerated modification of specific trait clusters. She indicated one of the sample containers, which held a modified orchid exhibiting the improved stability characteristics. By restoring certain regulatory functions while preserving the enhanced pathways, we've achieved a more sustainable balance. The specialized compound production continues at effective levels, but without compromising the plant's overall health and reproductive capacity. Throughout her explanation, Syrah was acutely aware of the Baron's intense scrutiny, his small eyes missing nothing as she navigated the treacherous waters between scientific truth and deliberate obfuscation. The other officials, including Sondon, maintained inscrutable expressions, offering neither encouragement nor objection as she proceeded. When she concluded her formal presentation, the Baron remained silent for several long moments, studying the data displayed on the screens with surprising attentiveness for one often dismissed as merely brutal and hedonistic. Then, with an elegant gesture, he dismissed the other officials. "Leave us," he commanded. "I wish to discuss certain aspects of Dr. Vex's work privately." The others departed without question, though Sondon cast a final assessing glance at Sarah before exiting the conservatory. When they were alone, the Baron maneuvered himself closer to the demonstration samples, examining them with evident interest. "You've achieved in days what Sondon and his team failed to accomplish in months," he observed. "Most impressive, particularly considering your limited enthusiasm for being here." The statement confirmed what Syrah had suspected. The Baron was well aware of her involuntary recruitment and probable reservations about working for House Harkonnen. His acknowledgement of this reality was both reassuring and deeply concerning. If he recognized her reluctance, what else might he have discerned about her true activities? "I approached the problem as a scientist," she replied carefully. "Personal considerations aside, the genomic instability presented an interesting challenge." The Baron's laugh was unexpectedly genuine. "How diplomatic. You need not pretend with me, Dr. Vex. I'm well aware that few come to Giti Prime by choice, particularly those with your ethical reputation." He gestured toward his personal collection of black orchids. "Which makes your work all the more valuable. You've found a way to preserve what matters most about these living treasures, while appearing to serve the more immediate concerns of my research division." The deliberate emphasis sent a chill through Sarah. The Baron seemed to be implying knowledge of her subtle sabotage, the careful modifications that maintained the appearance of success while moderating the orchid's most dangerous properties. "I'm not sure I understand, my Lord Baron," she said, fighting to keep her voice steady. He smiled, the expression somehow more unsettling than his previous scrutiny. "Let us be direct, shall we? You were brought here to stabilize orchid varieties being developed primarily as sources of specialized toxins and psychoactive compounds. Given your documented concerns about weaponizing botanical research, expressed quite eloquently in your published papers, I imagine this assignment presented certain moral complications." The Baron paused, studying her reaction before continuing, yet rather than refuse outright, which would have led to unfortunate consequences, "You found a third path. Your stabilization protocols do indeed improve the orchid's overall health and sustainability, but they also subtly moderate the very traits Sondon is most interested in enhancing. The toxin production continues, but at levels considerably less lethal than previous generations. The psychoactive compounds remain effective, but are less likely to cause permanent neurological damage. Each precise observation confirmed that the Baron had seen through her careful deceptions, recognizing exactly what she had attempted to accomplish. Sierra felt a cold dread settling in her stomach, even as her scientific mind admired the acuity of his analysis. "You've achieved a masterpiece of ethical compromise," he concluded, technically fulfilling your assignment while subtly undermining its most objectionable aspects. Had Sondon possessed greater botanical expertise, he might have recognized these adjustments. Fortunately for you, his focus on chemical outputs blinded him to the more nuanced aspects of your work. The Baron's awareness of her actions seemed complete, leaving Sarah with little choice but honesty. "If you've recognized these aspects of my work, I assume my usefulness here has ended," she said quietly. "I won't apologize for prioritizing sustainable balance over maximum toxicity." To her surprise, the Baron laughed again, a sound of genuine amusement rather than menace. "Apologize? My dear Dr. Vex, you've done precisely what I hoped you would do. Why do you think I arranged for your specific recruitment against Sondon's recommendation of less principled alternatives?" This revelation staggered Sarah. "You wanted me to moderate the toxic properties? I wanted someone who would understand the true value of these orchids, beyond their immediate applications as weapons." The Baron gestured expansively toward his personal collection. "House Harkonnen's reputation for brutality serves its purpose in imperial politics, but a great house does not endure for millennia through mere violence." He maneuvered closer to one particularly striking specimen, its black petals pulsing with subtle luminescence. "These orchids represent one of our most valuable hereditary assets, living emblems of Harkonnen philosophy that have accompanied our family through centuries of adaptation and survival. Sondon's aggressive modifications threatened their long-term viability for short-term advantage, an approach I found short-sighted and contrary to our deeper interests." The Baron turned back to Sierra, his small eyes alight with something that might almost be described as passion. "You were brought here not despite your ethical concerns, but because of them. I needed someone who would instinctively seek balance rather than maximization, who would preserve the essence of what makes these orchids valuable beyond their immediate applications." The explanation was simultaneously logical and deeply unsettling. If the Baron was speaking truthfully, he had manipulated not only Sondon and his research team, but Sarah herself, anticipating her ethical resistance and using it to achieve his own objectives. "Then my work here is complete," she ventured cautiously. "The stabilization protocols are fully documented and implementation has begun on all major cultivar lines." "Indeed." The Baron activated a communication device on his hoverchair. "Chamberlain Hazi will arrange for your return to the Imperial Botanical Institute tomorrow. Your contribution to House Harkonnen will be appropriately acknowledged through a substantial research grant, channeled through acceptable intermediaries to avoid any awkward association." The sudden shift toward conclusion left Sierra momentarily disoriented. After days of intense work under the shadow of potential execution, the prospect of simply returning to her previous life seemed almost too convenient. "And the orchids? Will the stabilization protocols continue to be implemented?" "Under my direct supervision," the Baron confirmed. "Sondon will remain focused on immediate applications, believing he has achieved his objectives. Meanwhile, the long-term cultivation will proceed according to the more balanced approaches you've established." He studied her with that same unsettling intensity. You need not concern yourself with what occurs on Giedi Prime after your departure, Dr. Vex. You have fulfilled your purpose admirably and will be permitted to resume your work elsewhere, with resources previously unavailable to you. A mutually beneficial outcome, wouldn't you agree? The offer was clearly final, a dismissal wrapped in rewards, with the implicit understanding that further questions would not be welcomed. Sarah recognized the pragmatic wisdom of accepting these terms, whatever her lingering concerns about the orchid's ultimate uses. I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with such extraordinary specimens, she replied, choosing her words with care. Few botanists ever encounter plants of such complexity and adaptability. The Baron smiled, recognizing the deliberate ambiguity in her response. Indeed, perhaps our paths will cross again someday, Dr. Vex. Scientific talent of your caliber is always valued by those with appropriate appreciation for subtlety. With that, their meeting concluded. Chamberlain Hussey appeared to escort Sarah back to her quarters, informing her that transportation would be arranged for early the following morning. The abruptness of her dismissal left little time for goodbyes or further investigations. Clearly a deliberate aspect of Harkonnen protocol for departing specialists. That evening, as she packed her few personal belongings, Liar appeared at her door. The younger woman's expression was a mixture of relief and sadness. "You're leaving tomorrow," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes, apparently my work has been deemed satisfactory." Sarah studied her assistant's face. The Baron knew Leah. About the modifications, the moderation of toxin production, all of it. He claims it was what he wanted all along. Leah's surprise seemed genuine. That's unexpected, but perhaps not entirely inconsistent with his longer-term approach to Harkonnen assets. "What will happen to you after I am gone?" Sierra asked, the question that had been troubling her since learning of her imminent departure. A small smile touched Leah's lips. "I'll continue tending the orchids, as I have for 3 years. But perhaps with a better understanding of how to maintain their health against Sonden's more aggressive directives." She hesitated, then added, "The knowledge you've shared won't be wasted, Dr. Vex. Some seeds germinate slowly, but eventually they bloom." The cryptic reassurance suggested Laia had her own quiet forms of resistance within the Harkonnen system, small acts of preservation and balance that might, over time, make some difference in how the orchids were managed and utilized. "I wish I could do more," Sarah admitted, the words feeling inadequate against the backdrop of Harkonnen power and the deadly beauty of the black orchids. "You've done what was possible under the circumstances," Laia replied. "Sometimes that's all any of us can do." Early the next morning, Sierra was escorted to a private shuttle that would transport her to the Guild He-liner in orbit around Giedi Prime. Sierra made a brief appearance to formally acknowledge the completion of her assignment, his manner suggesting he considered the successful outcome primarily a validation of his own research direction. As the shuttle lifted away from the sprawling industrial landscape, Sarah found her thoughts returning to the garden of black orchids. Those extraordinary plants that embodied both breathtaking beauty and deadly potential. In their genetic complexities, she had glimpsed something beyond simple botanical science, a living metaphor for power itself, with all its seductive appeal and corrupting influence. The Baron had claimed to value balance and sustainability over short-term advantage, yet the orchids remained instruments of Harkonnen ambition, their unique properties harnessed for purposes that would likely include death and suffering Had her intervention made any meaningful difference? Or had she simply been another tool, manipulated into serving Harkonnen interests while believing she maintained some ethical independence? As Gidi Prime dwindled beneath her, its perpetual industrial haze gradually obscuring the location of the Harkonnen compound, Sierra realized she might never know the full impact of her work there. The modifications she had implemented would continue to influence the orchid's development for generations to come, but whether toward greater harmony or more refined lethality ultimately depended on factors beyond her control. What remained with her, as the planet disappeared from view and the vastness of space enveloped the shuttle, was the memory of those midnight black blooms pulsing with their hypnotic inner light. Beautiful and dangerous, complex and contradictory, much like the human ambitions that had shaped them across centuries of careful cultivation. In that memory lay both wonder and warning, a reminder that even in the darkest corners of human enterprise, beauty could flourish, but never without cost. And as the shuttle docked with the waiting hayliner that would carry her back to the relative safety of Kaitain, Sarah Vex made a silent promise to herself. The knowledge gained in the Garden of Black Orchids would not be forgotten, but preserved against some future moment when it might serve purposes beyond those imagined by House Harkonnen. As our exploration of House Harkonnen's shadowed reaches continues, my drowsy travelers, let us turn to a final tale, one of endings and perhaps beginnings, of legacies questioned and inheritance reconsidered. While you settle deeper into comfort, imagine with me the lonely fortress on Gidi Prime's toxic frontier, where rain falls harsh as judgment and family ties prove both binding and suffocating. Close your eyes and witness the gathering of heirs, come to claim what they believe is rightfully theirs, unaware of the true bequest that awaits them. The Obsidian Spire rose from the toxic wastes of Gidi Prime's northern frontier like an accusing finger pointed at the perpetually clouded heavens. Once a proud outpost marking the boundaries of Harkonnen territory, the fortress had fallen into disrepair over the decades as industrial development shifted toward the southern hemisphere, leaving this region to the mercy of accumulating pollutants and increasingly hostile environmental conditions. Few now visited the spire willingly. Its stone walls were stained with the acidic residue of countless chemical storms, its once impressive battlements crumbling under the relentless assault of corrosive winds. The surrounding landscape had been reduced to a barren wasteland where nothing grew and only the most specialized organisms survived in the toxic pools that dotted the terrain like festering wounds. Yet, on this particularly bleak evening, as another storm gathered on the horizon, a small procession of armored ground cars made its way along the cracked and neglected road leading to the fortress. Each bore the Harkonnen Griffin emblem, though with subtle variations that indicated different branches of the extended family, all responding to a summons none had dared ignore. Inside the lead vehicle, Edric Harkonnen gazed through polarized windows at the approaching spire with poorly concealed distaste. At 43, he represented the senior branch of the family's secondary line, cousins to the main lineage from which the Baron himself had descended. Edric's branch had maintained a careful distance from the more volatile politics of the central family, building modest wealth through manufacturing enterprises while avoiding direct competition with their more powerful relatives. "What a miserable place," observed his companion, a woman whose sharp features and calculating eyes marked her as clearly Harkonnen, despite her less distinctive surname. Varinia Kessel was Edric's second cousin, her branch of the family having adopted a maternal name 3 generations earlier, after a particularly brutal purge had made the Harkonnen connection temporarily disadvantageous. Uncle Corlin always did have a flair for the dramatic. Even his death must be staged in the most inconvenient location possible. Edric made a non-committal sound of agreement. The old man spent his final years here by choice. That alone speaks to his deteriorating mental state. The third occupant of the vehicle, younger than the others by nearly a decade, leaned forward with an expression of genuine curiosity. "I've heard stories about this place since childhood," said Elian Harkonnen, whose branch of the family had maintained closer ties to the Baron's inner circle. "Grandfather used to say the Obsidian Spire holds secrets from the earliest days of our house on Gidi Prime." "Your grandfather was prone to embellishment," Verinia remarked dryly. "The spire is simply an obsolete fortress, strategically irrelevant and environmentally compromised. The only mystery is why Uncle Corlin chose to spend his fortune maintaining it, rather than living in comfort elsewhere." As the ground cars approached the massive gates, ancient mechanisms groaned to life, opening to admit the procession into a courtyard littered with debris carried by the toxic winds. Servants emerged from the main structure, huddled in protective clothing, despite the nominal shielding provided by the fortress walls. They moved with the careful efficiency of those accustomed to harsh environments, guiding the vehicles to a covered area where the passengers could disembark without direct exposure to the caustic atmosphere. "Welcome to the Obsidian Spire," greeted a tall, gaunt man who stood apart from the other servants. His uniform, though worn at the edges, indicated a position of authority within the household. "I am Hadley, steward to the late Lord Corlin. He instructed me to receive you and ensure your comfort during this gathering." Edric surveyed the deteriorating courtyard with visible skepticism. "Comfort seems unlikely in such surroundings. How soon can we proceed with the reading of the will? I have pressing business elsewhere." "Lord Corlin's instructions were most specific," Hadley replied, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts. "The formal reading will take place tomorrow at precisely the 10th hour. Until then, you are his guests, with full access to the public areas of the spire." By now, the occupants of the other vehicles had joined them, 7 more distant relatives of varying ages and demeanors, all bearing some version of the distinctive Harkonnen features. They greeted each other with the careful formality of people who shared blood but little affection, their interactions laden with unspoken assessments and calculation. "Cousin Edric, what a pleasant surprise," said a heavy-set man whose expensive clothing could not disguise the coarseness of his manner. "I wouldn't have expected the Corlina branch to send its head for such a minor matter." "Darvin," Edric acknowledged coolly. "I might say the same. Surely your shipping operations could spare a less essential representative." Darvin Harkonnen's smile didn't reach his eyes. Uncle Corlin specifically requested family heads or their direct heirs. A summons from a man of his resources merited personal attention. Wouldn't you agree? Similar exchanges occurred throughout the group as Hadley and his staff guided them into the fortress proper. The interior of the spire proved somewhat better maintained than its exterior, though signs of decay were evident in water stains marking ancient tapestries, and the faint scent of mildew that permeated certain corridors. Lighting came from a combination of aged glow globes and actual flame torches set in wall sconces, a deliberately archaic touch that several guests remarked upon with derision. Lord Corlin appreciated traditional aesthetics, Hadley explained as he led them toward the central hall. He found certain modern conveniences distasteful. The central hall was a cavernous space dominated by a massive table of dark, polished wood that could easily accommodate 30 people. Ancient banners hanging from the vaulted ceiling displayed variations of the Harkonnen griffin from different historical periods, some so faded that their designs were barely discernible. A large fireplace occupied one wall, its flames providing both warmth and illumination that the artificial lighting could not match. "You will dine here this evening," Hadley informed them. "Your quarters have been prepared in the East Wing." While Lord Cullen lived modestly in his final years, he ensured that the spire could still accommodate guests appropriately. As the steward departed to oversee final preparations, the assembled Harkonnens broke into smaller conversational groups, their voices echoing in the vast space. Edric found himself approached by a slender woman whose striking features were accentuated by her severe hairstyle and formal attire. "Cousin Edric, how good to see you beyond the usual tedious family gatherings," she greeted him, her tone suggesting the opposite. "Tell me, what do you make of this unusual summons?" Helena Harkonnen represented yet another branch of the family, one known for its political connections rather than direct economic power. Her father had served as a minor diplomatic representative for the Baron in decades past, leveraging that position to secure advantageous marriages and appointments for his descendants. "I make very little of it, Helena," Edric replied with practiced neutrality. "Uncle Corlin was always eccentric. This posthumous gathering is merely his final eccentricity." "How refreshingly uncomplicated your perspective is," she observed with the faintest hint of condescension. "Yet one must wonder why a man with no direct heirs would summon representatives from every branch of the extended family to this architectural relic. The maintenance costs alone must be ruinous, suggesting some resource or advantage we've overlooked." Edric had considered the same question during the journey to the spire, but saw no advantage in sharing his speculations. Perhaps he simply wished to inconvenience us one final time. The old branches of the family were known for such spiteful gestures. Helena's laugh held no warmth. "A planetary scale spite gesture? How very Harkonnen, though I suspect there's more substance beneath the theatre. Uncle Corlin was never one to waste resources without purpose." Their conversation was interrupted by Hadley's return, announcing that refreshments would be served prior to the evening meal. Servants appeared bearing trays of beverages and small delicacies, many featuring rare ingredients that would have been prohibitively expensive to import to this remote location. The quality of the offering was not lost on the guests, who exchanged glances of renewed calculation. If Lord Corlin could afford such luxuries, even in his self-imposed exile, perhaps his estate held more value than they had initially assumed. As the evening progressed and formal dinner was served, conversations flowed in carefully modulated tones across the massive table. Family news was exchanged, business ventures discreetly referenced, and political developments analyzed, all within the bounds of superficial courtesy that masked deeper currents of competition and assessment. "I understand the Baron has taken a particular interest in Arrakis recently," Darwin mentioned casually during a lull in the conversation. "An unusual focus, given the challenges of spice production." "The Baron's interests are his own concern," replied Eliane, whose branch maintained closer connections to the main family line. "Though House Harkonnen has always recognized opportunity where others see only difficulty." The subtle rebuke did not go unnoticed, causing a momentary tightening of expressions around the table. Direct discussion of the Baron's activities was generally avoided in extended family gatherings, partly out of caution and partly because knowledge implied connection, something many branches preferred to downplay when it suited their interests. As the meal concluded and guests began to drift toward the adjacent sitting area where drinks would be served, Edric found himself approached by Hadley. "Lord Edric, if you would be so kind as to accompany me, there is a matter Lord Corlin wished to discuss with you privately before tomorrow's formal proceedings." This unexpected development drew curious glances from the others, but Edric maintained a neutral expression as he followed the steward from the hall. They proceeded through corridors that showed increasing signs of disuse, moving deeper into the fortress than the areas prepared for the guests. I was unaware that Uncle Colleen had specific instructions for individual family members, Edric observed as they walked. Are others to receive similar private communications? Lord Corlin's instructions were most specific, Hadley replied, offering no further clarification. Eventually they reached a heavy door reinforced with aged metal bands. The steward produced an actual physical key, an anachronism that intrigued Edric despite himself, and opened the door to reveal a surprisingly well-maintained study. Unlike the deliberately archaic aesthetic of the public areas, this room contained modern amenities, discreetly integrated into the traditional decor, including a sophisticated communication system and data terminals that appeared recently updated. This was Lord Corlin's private workspace, Hadley explained, gesturing Edric toward a comfortable chair positioned before an antique desk. He recorded certain messages to be delivered prior to tomorrow's formal reading. Yours is the first. The steward activated a projection device on the desk, then withdrew to a position by the door, present but unobtrusive as the image of an elderly man flickered into view above the polished surface. Lord Corlin Harkonnen had clearly recorded this message shortly before his death. His sunken features and labored breathing testified to the illness that had finally claimed him. Yet his eyes remained sharp, burning with an intensity that transcended his physical deterioration. Edric, the projection began without preamble. If you're viewing this, then I have finally died, and you've responded to my summons as expected. Always the dutiful one, calculating your obligations against potential advantages. A traditional Harkonnen approach, though executed with more subtlety than most of our relatives can manage. The old man's chuckle dissolved into a brief coughing fit before he continued. Your branch of the family has maintained a careful distance from the Baron's inner circle. Wise, given the mortality rates associated with his favor. But that distance has come with costs as well as benefits. You've preserved yourselves at the expense of influence. Lord Corlin's image leaned forward slightly, his gaze seeming to fix directly on Edric despite the recording's nature. Tomorrow's reading will contain surprises for all the gathered vultures. Before that circus begins, I wish to speak to you directly, as the most pragmatic of my potential heirs. The Obsidian Spire is more than the crumbling fortress it appears to be. Beneath the decay and obsolescence lies something of genuine value, not merely financial, though that aspect will certainly interest you, but historical and strategic as well. The old man gestured to a small cabinet set into the wall beside the desk. That contains a data crystal with preliminary information. Review it tonight, privately. It will provide context for tomorrow's proceedings, and perhaps influence your decisions regarding alliances among our charming relatives. With that cryptic statement, the recording ended, leaving Edric alone with Hadley, who remained impassive by the door. The cabinet requires your personal authorization, the steward informed him. Your genetic profile has been programmed into its security system. Edric raised an eyebrow at this unexpected detail. Uncle Corlin planned this arrangement well in advance, it seems. Lord Corlin was most thorough in his preparations, Hadley agreed, his neutral tone revealing nothing beyond the obvious statement. After retrieving the data crystal from the cabinet, which indeed recognized him immediately, Edric was escorted back toward the guest quarters. Along the way, he noticed Eliane being led down a different corridor by another staff member, presumably for her own private message from the deceased. So he was not the only one receiving individual communications before the formal reading. An intriguing complication to what had already become a far more interesting gathering than anticipated. Once alone in his assigned chamber, Comfortable, if somewhat austere, Edric examined the data crystal. It was an expensive model with built-in encryption and security features that would render it unreadable to anyone but its intended recipient. Such precautions seemed excessive for family matters, however contentious Harkonnen inheritance disputes might become. Using the secure reader provided in the room, he accessed the crystal's contents. What he found caused him to sit motionless for several long minutes, absorbing implications that reframed not just tomorrow's proceedings, but potentially his entire understanding of his family's position within House Harkonnen. The data contained historical records dating back to the earliest days of Harkonnen presence on Giedi Prime, including detailed accounts of the political maneuvering that had established their control over the planet's industrial resources. More significantly, it documented a complex network of hidden financial arrangements, shell corporations, proxy investments, and obscured ownership structures that Lord Corlin had apparently spent decades assembling with painstaking secrecy. According to these records, the reclusive old man had quietly accumulated controlling interests in key Harkonnen subsidiaries and substantial minority stakes in operations officially managed by other branches of the family, including Edric's own manufacturing concerns. The total value represented was staggering, far beyond what anyone had attributed to the supposedly eccentric recluse. But most disturbing were the political implications. Lord Corlin had positioned these hidden assets as a counterweight to the Baron's official power structure, creating potential leverage that could significantly influence House Harkonnen's internal dynamics, if deployed strategically. Edric closed the files and sat in contemplative silence, considering the ramifications. If these records were accurate, and the level of detail suggested they were, then tomorrow's inheritance proceedings might reshape power relationships throughout the extended family. The question was whether Lord Corlin intended this information to be widely shared or selectively distributed for maximum strategic impact. Sleep came fitfully that night, disturbed by both the howling toxic winds outside the fortress and the churning possibilities within Edric's mind. By morning, when the assembled family gathered for a light meal before the formal reading, tensions had visibly increased throughout the group. It appeared that Edric had not been the only one to receive private communications that complicated their expectation. Conversations over breakfast were minimal and guarded, with each participant studying the others for signs of advantage or insight. Helena maintained a poised exterior that nevertheless couldn't fully conceal her intense calculation. Darvin seemed unexpectedly subdued, his usual bluster replaced by thoughtful observation. Most interesting was Eliane, whose youthful curiosity had given way to a focused intensity that suggested her private message had contained particularly significant revelation. At precisely the appointed hour, Hadley appeared to escort them to the reading chamber, a circular room located in one of the spire's upper levels, where narrow windows provided glimpses of the toxic landscape beyond while sheltering the occupants from its caustic effects. The room was dominated by an ancient table of polished obsidian, around which 12 chairs had been arranged with precise spacing. "Please be seated according to the name placards," Hadley instructed, remaining standing as the family members located their assigned positions. Lord Corlin was most specific about the arrangement. Once all were seated, the steward activated a sophisticated projection system concealed within the room's architecture. The image that formed above the obsidian table was far more detailed and substantial than the private recording Edric had viewed. A full-dimensional representation of Lord Corlin that turned slowly to acknowledge each person present before settling into a dignified posture. "My dear relatives," the projection began, its voice resonating with surprising warmth for a Harkonnen addressing his family. How good of you to travel so far for an old man's final performance. Some of you have already received private communications preparing you for aspects of what follows. Others are present purely on speculation regarding what scraps might fall from my table. All of you, I suspect, are wondering why I chose this remote location for our final interaction. The image gestured toward the windows and the desolate landscape beyond. The Obsidian Spire stands as testament to Harkonnen presence on Gidi Prime, one of our earliest strongholds when we first claimed this world. What you see outside, the toxic wasteland, the acid storms, the utter desolation, is the legacy of our family's approach to power. We extract, we exploit, we discard when convenient, leaving devastation in our wake and calling it progress. This blunt assessment caused visible discomfort among several of those present, though none interrupted as the projection continued. I have spent my final years here deliberately, surrounding myself with the consequences of Harkonnen philosophy. It has been educational, and it has informed the decisions reflected in my will, which Hadley will distribute momentarily. But first, a broader context for what you are about to receive. The image of Lord Calling was replaced by a detailed three-dimensional map of Harkonnen holdings throughout the Imperium, with Gadi Prime at its center, but branches extending to dozens of worlds. Key industrial assets, financial institutions, and political connections were highlighted, many familiar to those present, but others surprisingly obscure. House Harkonnen's power, the disembodied voice continued as the display rotated slowly, has always rested on a combination of industrial capacity, tactical ruthlessness, and strategic marriage alliances. What is less acknowledged is the growing fragility of this foundation in recent generations. The Baron's focus on personal aggrandizement and his vendetta against House Atreides has diverted resources from necessary infrastructure maintenance and strategic diversification. The display shifted to highlight specific vulnerabilities: aging production facilities, over-leveraged financial positions, deteriorating planetary environments like the wasteland surrounding the spire itself. It was a brutally honest assessment of House Harkonnen's strengths and weaknesses, presented with an analytical precision that none of the relatives had expected from the supposedly eccentric recluse. What I leave to you collectively is not merely wealth, though that aspect will doubtless command your immediate attention. More significantly, I offer perspective. A view of House Harkonnen from outside the self-reinforcing bubble of our family's arrogance, and with that perspective, an opportunity to choose a different path forward. The projection of Lord Corleen reappeared, his expression grave as he surveyed the assembled family members. Each of you represents a branch of our extended family that has, to varying degrees, maintained some independence from the Baron's direct control. This was not coincidental but deliberate, a diversification strategy implemented by our ancestors to ensure that House Harkonnen could survive even catastrophic failures by its main line. This revelation provoked subtle but visible reactions around the table. Raised eyebrows, narrowed gazes, thoughtful frowns, as each person considered the implications for their own branch's historical development. My will distributes my visible assets in the conventional manner you likely anticipated. Properties, financial holdings, and personal possessions allocated according to family standing and my personal preferences. Hadley will provide those details shortly, but my true legacy is something else entirely. The image gestured, and the display changed again to reveal a complex network of interconnected entities. Corporations, trusts, and foundations that collectively formed a structure parallel to but distinct from the official Harkonnen power hierarchy. For 63 years, I have systematically constructed an alternative infrastructure within House Harkonnen, one unknown to the Baron and his sycophants. This network now controls approximately 28% of our family's total industrial capacity and 34% of its financial reserves, all through proxies and shell entities that cannot be easily traced to their ultimate beneficiaries. Stunned silence greeted this announcement. Even Edric, who had received preliminary information the previous evening, was surprised by the full scale of Lord Corleane's hidden operations. This shadow infrastructure, the old man continued, is now placed in trust for the collective benefit of the branches represented in this room, to be administered by a governing council drawn from your ranks according to the specific procedures outlined in the formal will. Its purpose is not merely to enrich you personally, though that will certainly occur if managed properly. Rather, it exists to provide House Harkonnen with strategic resilience and alternative leadership, should the Baron's increasingly erratic policies lead to catastrophe. The implication was clear and dangerous. Lord Corlin had created a power base that could potentially challenge the Baron's leadership of House Harkonnen under certain circumstances. Even discussing such possibilities bordered on treason within the family's harsh internal politics. Before you respond with either celebration or alarm, the projection cautioned, understand that this arrangement comes with specific conditions and limitations designed to prevent premature confrontation or individual exploitation. The trust is structured to require supermajority consensus among the council for major decisions, with additional safeguards against detection by the Baron's intelligence networks. Hadley now moved around the table, distributing sealed document folders to each person present. These contain the formal will and your individual appointments within the proposed governance structure, he explained. Lord Corlin assigned roles based on his assessment of your particular capabilities, rather than traditional family hierarchies. As Edric opened his folder and scanned the contents, he noted with interest that he had been designated Financial Oversight Director, rather than receiving one of the more prestigious leadership positions that might have been expected, given his branch's seniority. Glancing around the table, he observed others experiencing similar surprises. Helena appointed security coordinator despite her diplomatic background. Darwin assigned to external relations rather than the industrial oversight role that would have aligned with his shipping expertise. And most surprisingly, young Eliane designated as council coordinator with significant procedural authority. You have been selected not for who you are within existing Harkonnen power structures, Lord Corlin's projection explained, as if anticipating their reactions, but for who you might become if freed from the Baron's shadow. The roles assigned represent my assessment of your potential, rather than your current capabilities. The old man's image leaned forward, his expression intensifying. Make no mistake, what I offer is both opportunity and danger in equal measure. Should the Baron discover this parallel structure prematurely, all associated with it would face his considerable wrath. The governance protocols are designed to minimize this risk while maximizing strategic flexibility, should circumstances within House Harkonnen deteriorate, as I anticipate they might. He paused, allowing the implications to settle before continuing. You now face a choice, individually and collectively. You may accept the roles assigned and the responsibilities they entail, becoming stewards of an alternative vision for House Harkonnen's future. Or you may decline, in which case your share of the trust will be reallocated among those who accept, and you will be provided suitable compensation for your discretion through conventional channels. The projection gestured toward Hadley. My faithful steward has served as initial trustee pending your decisions. He will record your responses privately over the next 24 hours, after you have had sufficient time to review the complete documentation and consider your positions. With that, the image of Lord Corleane offered a final, sardonic smile. I leave you not merely with wealth, but with possibility. Perhaps the most dangerous inheritance a Harkonnen could receive. Use it wisely for all our sakes. The projection faded, leaving the assembled family members in stunned silence. For several long moments, no one spoke, each person absorbing the extraordinary proposition they had just been presented. Finally, Helena broke the silence. "Well," she said with forced lightness, "Uncle Corlin certainly maintained his flair for the dramatic until the end." "This is madness," Darwin muttered, glancing uneasily at the windows as if expecting Baron Harkonnen's forces to materialize from the toxic mists outside. "Creating a parallel power structure without the Baron's knowledge. He sentenced us all to death if this becomes known." "If," Eliane emphasized, studying her documentation with surprising composure for one so young. "The security protocols described here are exceptionally thorough. Detection seems unlikely if properly maintained." Edric observed the others' reactions with careful attention, noting who appeared frightened, who intrigued, who calculating. The dynamics were shifting rapidly as each person evaluated not just the proposal itself, but how the others might respond to it, and what advantages might be gained through either participation or strategic withdrawal. "Hadley," Edric addressed the steward, who had remained impassively by the door throughout the proceedings. "What role do you play in this arrangement, beyond initial trustee?" "I serve the trust according to Lord Corclin's directives," the man replied. "My formal position is Operations Director, responsible for maintaining the physical and technical infrastructure that supports the network's security. I have fulfilled this function for 22 years, and will continue to do so regardless of individual decisions by those present." This revelation that the seemingly ordinary steward had been actively managing a clandestine operation for over 2 decades added yet another layer of complexity to an already overwhelming situation. If Hadley had successfully operated under the Baron's nose for so long, perhaps Lord Corlin's elaborate scheme was not as suicidally reckless as it initially appeared. "I suggest we adjourn to consider our positions individually before attempting further discussion," Helena proposed, closing her folder with deliberate care. "This is not a decision to be made hastily or under mutual influence." The others murmured agreement, and Hadley stepped forward to escort them from the reading chamber. As they filed out, Edric noted the calculating glances exchanged. Already alliances were forming and fracturing, as each person assessed potential partners and adversaries in this unexpected new paradigm. Throughout the remainder of the day, the atmosphere within the Obsidian Spire grew increasingly charged with unspoken tensions. Small groups formed and dissolved in the common areas, conversations conducted in hushed tones with frequent glances to ensure privacy. Hadley and his staff maintained a discreet presence, available when needed but otherwise allowing the family members space to process the extraordinary proposition before them. Edric found himself approached by various relatives testing potential alliances. Helena sought him out in the library, where ancient physical books lined the walls in a display of anachronistic wealth. "Financial Oversight Director," she remarked, examining a leather-bound volume without really seeing it. "A position well suited to your talents, though perhaps less prestigious than you might have expected. And Security Coordinator is an interesting assignment for someone with your diplomatic background," Edric countered mildly. "Perhaps Uncle Corlin recognized capabilities we've kept concealed from each other." She smiled thinly. "Perhaps. Or perhaps he deliberately mismatched roles and natural inclinations to force us into genuine collaboration rather than isolated competence. The old man was always several moves ahead in any game. And which game do you believe we're playing now, Helena? Survival? Advancement? Revolution? All 3, I suspect." She replaced the book carefully on its shelf. The question is whether we can navigate this inheritance without destroying ourselves in the process. Harkonnen ambition typically burns hottest when turned inward. Similar conversations occurred throughout the fortress as the family members circled each other with cautious assessments and tentative proposals. Darwin, initially the most vocal with his concerns, gradually shifted toward pragmatic evaluation of potential advantages. Verinia maintained calculated neutrality, weighing options with characteristic precision. The others similarly navigated the altered landscape of family dynamics, alliances forming and dissolving as individual calculations evolved. Most interesting to Edric was young Elian's response to her unexpected appointment as council coordinator. Rather than displaying either intimidation or triumphalism, she adopted a thoughtful, analytical approach, studying the governance protocols in detail and engaging others in focused discussions about specific operational aspects, rather than broader power implications. As evening approached, Hadley announced that dinner would be served in private quarters rather than communally, allowing each person time for personal reflection before making their formal decisions. This arrangement suited the increasingly contemplative mood that had settled over the gathering. Alone in his chambers, Edric reviewed the complete documentation with methodical thoroughness. The governance structure Lord Corleen had designed was remarkably sophisticated, balancing authority among council members with carefully calibrated checks and limitations, while incorporating security measures that would make the entire network virtually invisible to conventional investigation. More impressive still was the economic foundation underpinning the arrangement, with resources distributed across hundreds of entities that collectively represented significant power, while individually appearing unremarkable. The financial implications alone were substantial enough to warrant serious consideration, but Ettrick found himself more intrigued by the strategic vision the arrangement represented. Lord Corlin had created not merely a wealth preservation vehicle, but a genuine alternative power base for House Harkonnen, one that could potentially guide the family toward more sustainable practices than the Baron's extractive brutality. A soft knock at his door interrupted these reflections. Opening it, he found Eliane waiting in the corridor, her expression serious. "Cousin Edric, might I speak with you privately?" she asked with formal courtesy that belied her youth. Once admitted and assured of privacy, she came directly to the point. "I've been speaking individually with each council designee, assessing their inclinations before tomorrow's deadline. Your position as Financial Oversight Director is crucial to the operational viability of the entire structure. And as Council Coordinator, you would be my direct counterbalance in many respects," Edric observed. "An interesting dynamic considering our relative positions within the family hierarchy." Eliane nodded, acknowledging the point without defensiveness. Lord Corleen's appointments deliberately crossed traditional lines of authority and expertise. I believe he intended to force us beyond established patterns, to create something genuinely new rather than merely reproducing existing Harkonnen power structures in miniature. Her insight was surprisingly mature for one of her years, suggesting depths that Edric, and perhaps others, had overlooked. "You seem to have developed a clear perspective on Uncle Corlin's intentions rather quickly," he noted. "My private communication yesterday was extensive," she admitted. "He apparently identified me as someone who might genuinely value the strategic principles behind this arrangement, rather than merely its material benefits. And those principles would be sustainability, resilience, breaking the cycle of extraction and exploitation that has defined House Harkonnen's operations for generations." She gestured toward the windows, beyond which the toxic wasteland stretched into darkness. "This landscape is the physical manifestation of our family's philosophy. Take everything, leave devastation, move on to the next resource. It has made us wealthy, but increasingly vulnerable as we exhaust both natural environments and political goodwill throughout the Imperium. Her assessment aligned with concerns Edric had harbored privately for years, but rarely voiced, even among his closest advisors. The Harkonnen approach to power had always seemed fundamentally unstable to him, though questioning it openly invited dangerous attention from the Baron's surveillance networks. Lord Corlin's alternative infrastructure, Eliane continued, is designed not just as a safety valve should the Baron's leadership fail, but as a foundation for a different model of Harkonnen influence, one built on sustainable development and strategic alliance rather than brute exploitation. I believe that vision has merit beyond the immediate financial advantages it offers us personally. Edric studied the young woman with new appreciation. That's a dangerously idealistic perspective for a Harkonnen to express, Cousin Eliane. Perhaps, she acknowledged. But idealism tempered by pragmatism might be exactly what our house requires if it is to survive the coming decades. The Imperium is changing, and families that cannot adapt will eventually be left behind, regardless of their current strength. Their conversation continued for some time, exploring both practical aspects of the proposed arrangement and its broader implications for House Harkonnen's future. Edric found himself increasingly impressed by Eliane's analytical capabilities and strategic insight, recognizing why Lord Corlin might have identified her as a potential coordinator, despite, or perhaps because of her relative youth and distance from traditional power centers. Similar conversations were occurring throughout the Obsidian Spire as the designated council members evaluated both the proposal itself and their potential colleagues in its implementation. By morning, when Hadley summoned them individually to record their decisions, a complex network of provisional alliances and understandings had formed. Not universal agreement, but sufficient common ground to suggest that Lord Corlin's posthumous scheme might indeed find fertile soil. Edric, after careful consideration of both risks and opportunities, chose to accept his designated role. Others made their decisions based on similar evaluations of personal interest, family loyalty, and strategic assessment. When the final tally was complete, 9 of the 12 designees had accepted their appointments, sufficient critical mass to activate the governance structure according to the trust provisions. Their final gathering in the Obsidian Spire's central hall carried a different atmosphere than their arrival. Less competitive wariness, more focused determination tinged with the solemn recognition of new responsibilities assumed. Hadley, now formally transitioning from interim trustee to operations director, addressed them with subtle changes in his demeanor that suggested he was finally emerging from his carefully maintained servant persona. The initial council has been formed according to Lord Corlin's directive, he announced. Secure communication protocols have been established for ongoing coordination once you return to your respective positions. The Obsidian Spire will continue to serve as physical headquarters for the network, with appropriate security upgrades already in progress. He surveyed the assembled family members. No longer merely potential heirs, but now council members with specific authorities and responsibilities. Lord Corlin often remarked that House Harkonnen's greatest strength and most dangerous weakness was its name, the legacy of power and cruelty that opens doors while simultaneously limiting possibilities. What he has bequeathed you is the opportunity to redefine that legacy for future generations. As they prepared to depart the fortress, returning to their official lives and positions within the broader Harkonnen power structure, Edric found himself lingering in the central hall after the others had left. The ancient banners, with their variations of the Harkonnen griffin, seemed to watch him with the weight of centuries. Symbols of a legacy now potentially at a crossroads. "It's rather overwhelming, isn't it?" came Eliane's voice from behind him. She had returned quietly, perhaps sharing his reluctance to leave this place where something momentous had begun. The responsibility Lord Corlin has placed upon us. Responsibility, Edric echoed thoughtfully. An unusual concept for Harkonnens to consider. We typically speak of power, advantage, control, but rarely responsibility. Perhaps that's precisely why he structured this inheritance as he did. Eliane moved to stand beside him, her gaze also lifting to the ancient banners, to force us to consider what maintaining House Harkonnen truly requires, beyond mere survival and accumulation. Outside, the toxic winds had temporarily subsided, revealing a landscape so thoroughly devastated that it bordered on abstract, a canvas of chemical pools and corroded rock formations stretching to the horizon. The desolation was absolute, the legacy of generations of industrial exploitation conducted without regard for consequence. The Baron would call this progress, Edric observed, gesturing toward the wasteland. Resources extracted, wealth generated, competitors overwhelmed. The fact that nothing can ever grow here again is merely an acceptable externality. And what would you call it? Eliane asked quietly. Edric considered the question carefully, aware that his answer represented a commitment of sorts, not merely an opinion, but a declaration of where he might stand in the delicate balance Lord Corlin had established among them. I would call it a warning, he said finally, a physical manifestation of the limits of our traditional approach. Extract everything, move on, but eventually there is nowhere left to move, no new resources to exploit, no fresh territories to claim, only poisoned remnants of former wealth. Eliane nodded, seemingly satisfied with his response. That perspective is why Lord Corlin selected you for financial oversight. You see beyond immediate gains to longer patterns, and you see beyond traditional hierarchies to more adaptive structures. Edric returned the assessment, an unusual quality in one raised closer to the Baron's inner circle than most of us. A shadow passed across her features. Proximity to the Baron's operations provides unique perspectives. Not all lessons of House Harkonnen are taught intentionally. Before Edric could inquire further into this cryptic statement, Hadley appeared at the entrance to the hall. Your transports are prepared, he informed them. The weather window is narrow, departure should not be delayed. As they moved to join the others waiting in the courtyard, Edric felt the weight of the data crystal in his pocket, a secure copy of the trust provisions and his specific responsibilities within the newly formed council. Similar information had been provided to each appointee, though Lord Corlin had structured the distribution to ensure that no individual possessed complete knowledge of the entire network. Compartmentalization as security, Helena had observed during their final deliberations. A classic approach, though rarely implemented with such thoroughness within family structures. The gathered relatives exchanged formal farewells in the courtyard, the traditional Harkonnen phrases of parting carrying new undertones, given the clandestine bonds now established among them. They would return to their separate domains, resuming their official roles within House Harkonnen's public hierarchy, while quietly implementing the parallel structure Lord Corlin had designed. As the convoy of ground cars departed the Obsidian Spire, Edric watched the fortress recede through his rear viewport. The ancient structure stood defiant against the toxic landscape, its weathered stones bearing witness to centuries of Harkonnen presence on Gedi Prime. What had begun there, this strange inheritance of both wealth and warning, might ultimately determine whether that presence continued for centuries more or crumbled like the wasteland surrounding the fortress. In the lead vehicle, Darwin broke the contemplative silence that had settled over its occupants. So we return to our lives, pretending nothing has changed while secretly managing Lord Corlin's elaborate scheme. The risks remain considerable, as do the potential rewards, Varinia noted pragmatically. Not merely financial, but strategic. If implemented correctly, the network provides security against multiple scenarios, not just the Baron's potential failures, but broader political shifts within the Imperium itself. I wonder if that wasn't Lord Corlin's true purpose, Eliane mused. Not merely to create an alternative power base within House Harkonnen, but to establish a foundation that could adapt to larger changes in the balance of power throughout human space. The observation prompted thoughtful silence. Lord Corlin's reputation as a reclusive eccentric had clearly been cultivated deliberately, concealing a mind of remarkable strategic foresight. What other layers of purpose might exist within the structure he had created? What patterns might become visible only as his posthumous plan unfolded, over years or even decades? These questions accompanied Edric as the convoy reached the distant landing field where their personal vessels waited. The Harkonnen relatives dispersed to their separate ships, with formal courtesies masking their new, more complex relationships. No longer merely extended family connected by blood and competing interests, but reluctant collaborators in an enterprise that might ultimately redefine House Harkonnen itself. As Edric's ship lifted from Giadi Prime's surface, he found his thoughts returning to the ancient banners hanging in the Obsidian Spire, each displaying a slightly different version of the Harkonnen griffin, evolved and adapted over centuries of family history. Perhaps Lord Corlin's unusual bequest represented yet another evolution of that symbol, not a rejection of Harkonnen identity, but a reinterpretation of what that identity might become under different leadership and philosophy. The toxic wasteland spread below gradually gave way to the industrial complexes that dominated Giadi Prime's habitable regions. Massive manufacturing centers, processing facilities, and extraction operations that had made House Harkonnen wealthy while slowly poisoning their adoptive world. They represented power in its most obvious form, the ability to reshape environments and bend resources to immediate purpose, without regard for long-term consequences. What Lord Corlin offered through his carefully structured trust was something more subtle. A different form of power based on sustainability and strategic patience rather than maximum extraction. Whether that alternative approach could flourish within the harsh realities of Harkonnen politics remained to be seen. But the seed had been planted in fertile ground, the ambition and calculation that defined the family, redirected toward longer horizons. As his ship broke through Giadi Prime's polluted atmosphere into the clarity of space beyond, Edric found himself considering a question Lord Corlin had posed in his private communication. What makes a Harkonnen? Is it merely the name and the ruthlessness our recent generations have practiced? Or is it something more fundamental? The capacity to endure, to adapt, to recognize changing circumstances and position ourselves advantageously within them. The old man's final bequest suggested his own answer to that question, that being Harkonnen meant more than mere brutality and exploitation. It meant survival through strategic adaptation, even when that adaptation required challenging the very practices that had brought the house its current power. Whether Edric and the others could maintain that delicate balance, honoring their Harkonnen identity while redirecting its expression toward more sustainable forms, would determine not just their individual fates, but potentially the future of House Harkonnen itself. It was an inheritance freighted with both danger and possibility, much like the thorns that protected the rarest blooms in the harshest environments. The Thorns. As Giadi Prime dwindled to a distant point of light behind his vessel, Edric activated the secure communication system provided as part of his council appointment. The first coordinating messages were already arriving from other appointees, beginning the careful process of mapping the network Lord Corlean had created and establishing the operational protocols that would govern their clandestine collaboration. They were still Harkonnens, with all the ambition and calculation that name implied, but perhaps, through this strange inheritance of Thorns, they might become something more, stewards of a legacy redefined, architects of a future built on foundations more enduring than the shifting sands of brutality and exploitation. Only time would reveal whether Lord Corlean's posthumous gambit would bear fruit or wither in the harsh reality of imperial politics. But as his ship prepared for the jump to hyperspace that would carry him back to his official duties, Edric found himself contemplating possibilities he had never before considered. A House Harkonnen that commanded respect, not merely through fear, but through the more sustainable power of strategic foresight and balanced development. It was a dangerous vision in many ways, threatening established power structures and challenging conventional Harkonnen wisdom. Yet, as the stars streaked into lines around his view screen, marking the transition to faster-than-light travel, Edric recognized that the most significant legacy Lord Corlean had bequeathed was not the material wealth or hidden infrastructure, but something far more valuable and volatile: the permission to imagine a different future for House Harkonnen and the tools to potentially bring that future into being. The thorns of inheritance carried both protection and peril, as all true power must. How they would ultimately shape House Harkonnen remained to be seen, but the pattern had been set in motion among the decaying splendor of the Obsidian Spire, witnessed by ancient banners bearing the griffin that had symbolized their family across centuries of adaptation and evolution. As sleep claimed the heirs of Corlean Harkonnen, returning to their separate domains across the stars, each carried within them seeds of a vision that might, if nurtured carefully through the toxic storms of Harkonnen politics, eventually bloom into something both beautiful and enduring, a legacy worthy of their name's ancient power, redeemed from its recent cruelty. And so our journey through the shadows of House Harkonnen comes to a close, my drowsy travelers. From the hidden archives of Giedi Prime to the Garden of Black Orchids, from whispered schemes at the banquet table to the inheritance of Thorns, we have glimpsed the many faces of this notorious house, not merely the brutality for which they are known, but the complexity that lies beneath the surface of all power. As you drift toward peaceful slumber, carry with you not the darkness of Harkonnen cruelty, but the possibility of transformation that exists even in the most poisoned soil. For in that possibility lies hope, that what has been broken may be mended, what has been corrupted may be redeemed, and what has brought destruction might yet be turned toward creation. Sleep well, and dream of worlds where even the harshest legacies might be transformed by those with courage to imagine different futures and patience to nurture them into being. Our exploration of House Harkonnen and their schemes has now concluded. You will now hear fire crackling sounds and ambient noise to help you fall asleep. These soothing sounds will continue without any advertisements or interruptions. Good night, and may your dreams be as vast as the deserts of Arrakis. Sleep well, and remember that even in darkness, the spice brings peaceful rest.